Before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my
close to the sun. Can a man fly before he gets burned? I guess you know, honey, I guess I know. And I never meant to bring you down, make you cry, but I guess I did. And honey, and I don't know why. Bite your tongue. stars. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing and soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing and soaking up the starlight. 'Cause I wanna know you, but not know who you Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Just glowing, glowing and soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Glowing, glowing and soaking up the starlight. Oh, 'cause I wanna know you. I wanna know you. I wonder if you miss me. It's been a long year. Winter has snowed, summer has shown, but I ain't forgotten the sweet taste of chocolate. I taste on your lips when we had our last kiss. So here's my love letter, entrusted to the weather. I crossed the waves and flew through the clouds. Yeah, when it's delivered to what you want with it, you can send it back or keep it around.
Yeah. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022
Hey.
Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament, Season
go.
1.
Bet.
What's up, fellow Xbox owners? Welcome to day 2 of the GSL Super Tournament. It's going to be back here in 2022, and I guess we start the year off with some insane news with Microsoft purchasing Activision Blizzard.
That's right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Soon we're going to finally, once again, get new skins for StarCraft 2. We're going to get flat brim baseball caps with the stickers on them for all the units.
We're finally going to have Protoss players actually playing with a controller for once. No, really exciting
If you're in
stuff.
trouble, you hold the Xbox button up on top.
That's
man.
right.
It's-
That's right.
You're good to go.
No, but exciting stuff. Pretty crazy. I'm sure you guys heard the news. We just, like everybody else, found out recently. So very cool. Anyways, Super Tournament Day 1 was amazing. Day 2, I think it's going to be hard to top Day 1, to be totally honest, Artosis. We had some pretty crazy games and plot twists.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Oh, we should mention this.
Yeah, before we go any further, guys, the finals, we are going to allow an audience of 60 people. You have to be vaccinated and get your ticket beforehand
Second
and show
vaccine.
ID.
2 weeks into the second vaccine.
Yeah,
if you're-
that's basically everywhere for everything. So
Yeah, if you're not vaccinated at all here, then you haven't been able to do anything. And this would also include another thing you can't do. It goes on sale. All the details are at the bottom of the screen, but obviously that's not a big window of time to buy that ticket. It's going to sell out very quickly. You can only get 2 tickets per individual purchasing. The price is roughly $5 or 5,000 won. And we look forward to seeing you guys down here.
yeah, it'd be nice to have another audience.
Yeah, we had this little period of time where we had an audience. I think it was for like 3 studio days or something like that before. I guess that was right when Delta hit, huh? Is that right? Was it Delta? Or
American Airlines, Delta, I don't know.
Yeah, it was
whatever
Spirit Airlines. That's a whole other virus.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, and then we had to close everything back up. I don't know if my memory is serving me correct there, but somewhere in there we had it. It looks like we might be getting back to that. We're going to see what happens with that. So definitely come down to our studio if you're fortunate enough to get a ticket on time and be free. And, of course, you better be vaccinated. So come on down. Today's matchup.
All right. Yeah, we have Dream vs. ByuN, Dark vs. GuMiho, Solar vs. Creator, and Cure vs. Zoun. These are good matches. These are very good matches.
Yeah.
In fact, I mean, when I look at something and the ByuN match is the one I'm least excited about, I know it's a good night. You know, because he's just such kind of an exciting player anyways. Of course, Dream, one of my favorite Terrans for a long time. Yeah, I think Dream is favored here going up against ByuN Tasteless. I haven't.
Yeah.
I honestly, I've never been a fan of ByuN's TVT. I've always felt like that's by far his weakest matchup.
Well, ByuN always struck me as a player who was very good at making the game work. The way he plays it, he's basically better than that than anybody else, and occasionally better than that, better at that thing that he does than people aren't even doing the standard play. But you know, ByuN's always taken fights that looked to be high risk, but he would pull them off. He definitely had timings that looked a little bit weird, but they worked for him. Obviously a former world champion. He's seen the fruits of the labor that he put in into the game, but he's been having wrist problems. We saw this throughout the entirety of last year. Let's see how his wrists are going to be today. Again, a best of 5, certainly not a short series, but it's not like he has to marathon through, you know, an entire weekend tournament where he's got to play through a giant bracket. So hopefully he's in good condition. I would agree with what you said, Artosis, that basically Dream, I think, is a more modernized Terran player, but this should be a fun TVT to cast.
Yeah, I want to see what ByuN is going to bring to the table, and if he's got his mentality in the right place for this match. Because I mean, ByuN's best play can straight up win GSL still. Honestly, like he still shows really, truly brilliant games sometimes. But yeah, Dream is still on the up and up, I think, and I do like his TVT. I think he's pretty solid in all matchups. I don't think either of these players in particular for the matchup, but yeah, I feel like ByuN has had a hard time. His aggressive style doesn't always pay off with this matchup, and some mistakes get made. But let's see. We're going to go into Burling Rad for set number 1.
In this best of 5, it'll be the first player. The player who comes out on top is going to be the 5th player now in the round of 8 as we speed through this super tournament. And we're ready to go into game 1. Dream vs. ByuN starts now. Game starts.
That dog wants
Good
rolls.
game gaming. Dream. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN.
So going into this series here today, I do wonder if we're going to see a lot of the same kind of stuff we've seen from ByuN in the past. I would expect so. Again, the condition of his wrist is something that we would have to bring up, because that was playing such a major role in his performances last year. It was heartbreaking at points in time.
He did kind of allude to the fact, or maybe kind of said it straight up, that a big part of that is actually mental. That it's not necessarily that he actually has such a hurt wrist, but like a part of that is mentally he's struggling with the wrist, right? That's like, it sounds weird, but you kind of get it, right? Where it's like you can kind of sometimes create that in your head a little bit. So that's why I was talking about maybe his mentality. I'm hoping it's in a good place for this tournament.
Yeah, there was actually a book. Like, I listened to the audiobook, but like it was talking about back pain and how a lot of times that can be partially in your head.
Yes.
Where like you feel some discomfort in your back, and then you start to fixate on that.
Yeah.
And eventually you're like,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I get that sometimes. If I get really stressed, sometimes my back hurts.
Oh yeah.
It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, it almost sounds crazy to even say it out loud, but yeah, it can absolutely be a thing. And I think occasionally you can have sensations in your wrist and be like, oh, is this an injury, or is this not? And I'm not saying that he didn't have an injury, but especially when the pressure's on.
Does, but
yeah.
No, totally.
But let's see how he performs here as well. I think ByuN has always been we could put him in the category of a more emotional player.
Oh, yes, for
he's
sure.
definitely someone we see reacting. We see this in StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2 with some of the very best players. Is they are on an emotional roller coaster when they're on the stage.
Yeah.
And ByuN is, I think, a prime example of that.
Yeah, ByuN is one of the most emotional players that we've actually ever seen in the Korean scene. In fact, just prime players in general are all really emotional. ByuN, Marine King, Creator.
Oh, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of odd, just random, but
well, I mean, that was an Origin team, right? So there's a possibility those people were drawn together, probably because they were, either of more emotional intelligence or more accommodating around each other with that.
Possibly.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know that was true for my brother and me. We would be very high strung. Like, I would know if I saw my brother lose a game, I'm like, I can't even look at him. Same with me. Like, you just know, we're gonna be so pissed off after a loss that don't even be bothered.
Yeah.
Real quick here, Dream's actually inbound here. 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, but a Cyclone getting out just in the nick of time here, so looks like ByuN should be fine. Gets a nice little lock on, pushes this back. Dream, of course, backs up before losing anything, so yeah, I think that's about that for now.
And a little poking, but getting back out here, he's going to go ahead and head back home. And ByuN not really taking any risks in his build order. That's basically a big confirmation you can get from that when Dream comes in like that.
Yeah, and ByuN is going up to the Banshee, so we're going to have to see if he can actually get anything done with the Banshee, because it's kind of like a more flexible style coming out of Dream here, getting those Ravens, right?
And now the Banshee inbound over here. Coming across the map right now.
Oh, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, so he goes 1 Banshee into his own Raven, but also the 3rd command center quite quickly.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to try to, put a lot of pressure on this side of the map while quietly tucking that CC in over at the 3rd base. Does he actually have anything to defend in the main here? Because I see Dream moving out now.
Look at this. This is a funny looking thing here. Oh my god, he comes up from the side, gets a couple lock-ons there, and does back up, picks off some of the Marines, and nothing in here right now to deal with that Banshee, as you mentioned.
Yeah, the Banshee got to come in here now. It's unfortunate. I think he could have probably at least gotten 2 more SCVs by now. But instead, the shots are in, he's switching between targets, or the AI, I should say, is really switching between targets. And so that Banshee shut down. Killing 4 SCVs is, fine, I guess, but you'd always want more with that Banshee. The 3rd CC is going to finish, as the 3rd CC for Dreams is just now starting. But I do want to point out, Dream, having taken out that Banshee, there's really nothing to prevent him from putting on counter pressure and basically denying a 3rd base from starting up here for ByuN.
Yeah, and I think he is going to need to do that. ByuN is really trying to get some lock-ons and get some value as this comes back across the map, but some solid micro coming out of Dream as he continues to push up. I mean, look, he's got 1 Raven, 2 tanks. I think ByuN is going to be fine, so this 3rd command center may end up really paying off for him. That's a... All right. Waiting to see if he comes up the ramp here. Interesting siege position.
Yeah, is he going to go for any disables here? He does not do that. Quick unsiege here for ByuN. Now the first tank coming, or sorry, second tank coming up here for Dream. It won't be enough. He's going to try to back up a little bit, but there's going to be a commitment to an attack here with a disable on that tank in the back. But it looks like there might be a little bit more power here coming from ByuN.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely fantastic. I loved the lock onto the Raven and then sacrificing there, making sure that he got it.
Yeah.
The auto turrets fly down, and that is an extremely solid hold from the player with more SCVs and a quicker 3rd command center. ByuN looking very good right now.
Yeah, on paper, you know, before we have a fight like that, you basically expect the player that is going to have the command center a little bit later to have a lot more power in that moment. So another impressive display of ByuN being able to manipulate environments with his units versus his opponents and you know, come out on top. And I think it won't end there. I mean, with a 3rd CC set up, momentum behind ByuN, I don't see an easy CC setup here for Dream. I see, what, 1 siege tank, you know, to the 4 that are down here, and, you know, 1v4 tank-wise, I mean, you can pretty much pick your fights easily on the offense.
Well, he does have a couple things going. Like, he does have a slight Viking advantage right at this second, but he also has Stim about to finish. So as he starts to actually pop out a decent amount of Marines, he can fight a bit better. But look at this. ByuN getting in immediately. Auto turret does end up going down here. But is this going to be enough for him?
So the SCVs are pulled over here onto the tanks, but I only see SCVs remaining here. There's not really anything to cover these tanks, not even a medevac to scoop them up and get inside. He will lose that final tank, Dream barely hanging on. The reinforcements, all I saw that came was the Marine and the tank right in the middle of the screen here. So there wasn't really enough to kind of save the day there at the end like we have in a lot of these early game TVT back and forths where it looks like it might be won until the last few reinforcements get there. ByuN's going to back up, Dream keeps his 3rd base, and the game's going to go on.
Yeah, all right. So, I mean, he does hold on, but down those workers now, that is a little bit rough. And it looks like it's probably just going to, you know, stabilize and go into kind of a regular mid-game here. But I think you have to look at this and say that ByuN does have a bit of an advantage.
I mean, especially with that worker count. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really going to allow him to branch out into, you know, the northeast and southwest of the map. We'll see if he can really keep the momentum on here.
I'm going to get a Compass Rose sticker for my monitor here so I know what you're talking about, Tasteless.
I'm mixing up, man. I'm using compass terms now.
Oh, he stims out to the starboard side here. It's like, okay, Tasteless, calm
These
down.
Marines go to his 3rd base as the crow flies. We'll see how fast they get there. 1-1 going to finish up here, too. But the upgrade lead, clearly not enough to make a real difference in this game.
Yeah, very, very close on there. And just slowing down a little bit there with a couple Marines. Nice move there from Dream. They look so funny at how quick they run Stim, don't they?
Yeah.
He's really booking it, man.
You've never seen legs move like that in space armor. Okay, so we're going to have an engagement here in the middle now. I think the Viking count is a little bit better here for ByuN. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually dead even.
Yeah, Dream actually looking very good with the Raven as well. And ByuN tries to get the Raven, does not quite get it. A little Stim up there to try to pick off some of those Vikings. Doesn't get those either. And you know, these scuffles, I don't think too much is going to actually occur from them. The army sizes are very, very close. Only a single sensor tower right now, so there is, I guess, some potential for surprising your opponent.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue here is going to be, oh, well, never mind. I was going to say it's the fact that ByuN is going to have more bases, and that's going to really be a multiplier in the long run. But there was a shutdown there. I do wonder why he's making the command center right there.
Well, it's, you know, obviously anytime you make it on location, like you get it mining so much quicker, but you get punished like that as well.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like it's a bit of a win more move. You know, it's probably better to just make it in your natural, float it over there, and at least you're guaranteed to have it set up. You know, forcing a cancel on a CC.
That's pretty excellent.
Not as bad as losing it, but it's close to that when you're trying to gobble up all the bases on the map.
Well, Dream has to be happy about that because now his fourth is actually going to be the one that's quicker. So that's a big deal. He does have that 2-2 coming up. Now, a stim in here from ByuN with a ton of bio. He's going to be able to force a cancel there as well. So a little bit tit for tat tasteless. And he even did what you wanted with the command center.
I am happy to see that engagement go the way it went, but I think overall, ByuN may be able to pull ahead here. I guess that tank's not in range of the refinery. Yeah, if you look at it, just barely isn't. I thought he was going to shell that down. In the middle of that, we've actually gotten Dream going to move in here to a central position. Now, he is at risk of a flank, although we're maybe 10 seconds out from that happening. For now, though, he is putting a lot of pressure onto this base. A scan over here confirms the presence of that. Immediately, Dream packs up and heads to another location.
I gotta say, I feel like ByuN definitely had a better opener overall, but I like how Dream is playing here just slightly more. Like, look at the unit composition. He's heavier on those Vikings. That's what he's focusing on more, rather than. And look at this. Oh man, those disables so big. Throws down an auto turret as well. He is gonna erase these tanks so quickly. ByuN's army out in the middle of the map gets destroyed.
That was such a favorable trade in that moment. Now, with ByuN's macro being so strong, he's remade quite a bit of that. But, a couple engages like that go in Dream's favor, and I think it's, very doable for him to then pull through here and maybe crush down one of these bases. And this was something I was curious about. Seeing ByuN take the lead early on, it's impressive. But, again, I think Dream, like we were talking about earlier, is a bit more of a modernized player. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the later part of this game. And a big win here for ByuN, taking out that command center, and not enough Marines to even take this fight, so it gets worse over here for Dream, now chasing down the SCVs and making this worker disparity even greater with ByuN at 72 to the 61 of Dream.
Yeah, that was pretty fantastic. Now, boosts up into the main base, going to go ahead and carpet bomb out these Marines as well and trade them as best he can. Of course, with these Vikings, not likely you're going to get out with much, but the amount of damage he's doing, I don't think he cares.
Yeah, no, I think he's fine with this. Actually gunning down medevacs, some full of units. Pulling over here back into the main, more SCVs are falling, and what kind of started out as a drop on a base to take a lead, spun out into, complete destruction of Dream. I don't know if this is going to be a lethal amount of damage or not here, but it's starting to look like there's no way that Dream can recover. Losing all these tanks now, infantry coming in here.
Well, he is trading this bio very, very aggressively. Dream will hold on for now, but a lot of damage was done, right? He's down by 20 workers right now, down some army supply as well. Both sides trying to get those fourth bases up. But it seems like ByuN has taken a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, the Vikings lift up and then come back down here, meaning they are basically all going to get shot down without doing any damage. Both tanks are lost here. And I don't know if Dream's going to be able to get his head above water in the next couple of minutes. He's trying to take the 9 o'clock base. But I just worry that, all ByuN has to do is get sight of that. Yeah. Won't even come in as a factor. GG ByuN takes game 1. I thought Dream looked at times a little bit on top of his game, but ByuN, he really makes miracles happen with these fights a lot of times.
Well, he had a great early game, and then he kind of blundered that army in the center of the map, which allowed Dream to have an advantage there. But then those 3 medevacs, man, just did so much damage. If Dream had been able to, stem those a little bit quicker, I think he would have been fine. But when you have that many Marines kill a command center, 20 SCVs, go into the main base, draw your whole army out of position, that's where ByuN really ended up taking it.
So we're going to go to Glittering Ashes for Game 2. ByuN with an impressive victory. No wrist problem so far, no pauses in the game. Seems to be in great shape. Yeah, let's do this, man. I'm hoping that Dream can maybe come back and take a game or two, but right now ByuN, he would get way ahead, Dream would catch up maybe for a little bit, and then ByuN would push that lead out once more.
We'll see if it's going to stay that way. I think that Dream can shore up some of the mistakes he made there and have a better game here.
All right, guys, game 2 is ready. Let's continue on with this Terran versus Terran at best of 5.
Game start. Good Game Gaming. Dream.
Good game, gaming gamer. Game start.
Shopify Rebellion. ByuN.
Gas first here for ByuN. We'll just wait a moment, see how they are going to end up opening here. You know, I was impressed with ByuN's initial defense of that first little push that came down, because he did get that command center a little bit quicker, but he handled it really, really well with the Cyclones. So I think that's very promising for ByuN, because I feel like a lot of times that in TVTs that I've seen from him, he will get aggressive in the early game very, very often, and then like try to be expanding behind it, and sometimes that goes wrong, right? If you mess up any attacks, your opponent counters, and suddenly you're in trouble. Whereas you played it a little bit more defensively for the 3 command center build, which obviously worked out very well.
I think if you're a really strong micro player, you know, it could be a double-edged sword, right? Because you start to win stuff that really, in theory, you shouldn't, and then you start to make a lot of decisions occasionally that, like, even in some of these
100%.
games with ByuN, ByuN's not a player that like basically gets 10% ahead and then 15 and then 25 and then 60% in GG, right? There's players who are like that. Like Rogue's a very good example of this, where he knows how to get the lead, then he backs off, he doesn't make any mistakes, and he comes back in and wins those fights perfectly. Maro at times in his macro TVZs especially is like this. ByuN, it's funny. It's like a seismograph, you know, going up and down. He'll get a lead, and then he'll make maybe a questionable call or try to take a fight he shouldn't take.
It's really, really true, Tasteless, and I think that this is something that is, except for the very, very best players in the world, this is almost true to a fault for everyone else.
Yeah.
Where like the reason why you're good is also the reason why you're bad. It's like your super strengths are your super weaknesses, and you're definitely right about that. Like we've seen that a lot through history, where strong micro players oftentimes are the worst decision makers because they actually are in these weird positions all the time. Yeah. And a lot of times they think they can do something, and their opponent micro's a bit better than maybe they were expecting, and stuff goes wrong. And it's like, why did you do that? Like, of course you weren't supposed to beat that. Like,
right,
you know what
right.
I mean? But yeah, that's a good take. I like that.
But you know, it does make me think of Moon from Warcraft 3, who was just so known for like taking these fights where it's like, oh, well, he'll make that work, you know. But that's really not how you should be playing the game, you know. Is to just get in these skirmishes that are, you know, the odds are so against you, but you try to just pull through. But you know, ByuN, you know, we see it to this day, and I'm not condemning it, I'm not damning it or anything like that. It's just
Why do you hate ByuN?
How dare you?
How dare you?
But it is interesting to see these games where he'll get pretty ahead, and then it goes to even for a little bit, and he'll get ahead again. This game, we had pretty different openings here. We had a pretty quick gas, but not much coming from it here from Dream. You know, he basically teched up and then took a base.
Yeah, ByuN here with quite a few Hellions. It's kind of interesting to see. We see that occasionally, but staying on those reactor Hellions for quite some time. Have the Raven coming out for ByuN right now as well. Looks like that Tech Lab going to be finishing up. We'll see, is this going to be a Raven also for Dream?
And we're going to see how committed ByuN is to this push that's coming out here right now. We do have the Reaper coming in here to Dream's base. And he's like, so funny.
That's not how that's supposed to go.
Citizen's arrest there.
Yeah.
And so this angle, oh my God, that could not have been worse.
Yeah.
That literally could not have gone worse. Is he going to stick around here? I don't know.
That's too bad, because this looked like it was kind of a teched out opener to slay the, you know, the Reaper Hellion opener there, and it just, to get hit by that mine and have all that splash damage taken, brutal.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot to throw that turret down. It's shooting SCVs that are entering the refinery. You really you want to have that in a spot where they aren't going to lose the target there if you're doing too many things to manage with it.
Yeah.
So much of the game is actually being able to set and forget. I think there's a fantasy people have of all things being done at once, and it's like not exactly true.
Yeah.
Like you have to understand priority with how you're going to, you know, devote your actions per minute.
Yeah, it's funny because we use the term multitasking
Yeah.
a lot in RTS games and especially StarCraft, but multitasking doesn't actually exist. It's actually just changing your priorities quickly. That's what multitasking is, because you are only actually doing one thing at a time.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. I remember having these weird conversations before StarCraft 2 came out. You might remember the person. We were talking to them, and they're like, well, we're going to see Micro on 3 different fronts all at once. And I'm like, well, they're never doing it all at once because their screen can only be on one spot at a time. So really, if you have 3 fights going on, you have to choose one of those fights for X amount of time and devote your attention to that. The other 2, you have to either know a technique to kind of point it into the best possible direction and hope it can sort itself with the AI.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of those misconceptions about the
It
game.
definitely
You really
is.
actually can't be. You can things in the game are automated, and so you can set up certain tasks and then leave them at that. And you know,
knowing what matters is really what's important so much of the time. All right, a little push in here from Dream. Brings in the Ravens with those auto turrets. One pops very, very quickly, and it doesn't seem like he's going to get that much done, right? Like this. Seems like we have plenty here for ByuN.
This is pretty rough because there's no medevac here, so the tanks literally can't get away for Dream. And you know, tank counts is you know one of the easier measurements of like who's ahead.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, that being said, you can occasionally lose like 6 tanks at once to Stim Marines if they're caught off guard. But you know, to lose those tanks like that for Dream is pretty bad. And this game is mirroring parts of Game 1 already.
It is.
ByuN getting a lead, getting a 3rd base, and having a unit count lead. You know, only because of Dream's sheer ability as a good player was he able to get a 3rd up and fight back. But right now, Dream is honestly ahead in pretty much every metric here.
ByuN, you mean?
I'm sorry.
But
ByuN, yes.
no, it was almost exactly the same thing where Dream's like, let's push, and ByuN's like, I have more than enough. Okay, there
let's
you go.
go.
ByuN has a big advantage. Let's see if he can keep it. Can he push over and actually...
Well, there's 2 tanks, but there's 2 Ravens, so I think he could just disable both of those, assuming the energy is adequate.
No, this army from ByuN, that's pretty scary to deal with for Dream right now.
Oh, okay, goes for auto turrets.
Yeah, and a good disable actually from Dream.
Yeah, I think that... I'm sorry, there's not an auto turret alive down there. He could land the Vikings, though.
And that's going to pop that tank so quickly. Brings up the rest of his tanks here as well.
Can he get the CC as well? It's going to be floating into the main. He could probably put some siege tanks on the low ground and try to shell SCVs coming over there.
Yeah, maybe.
Is that what he's going to do?
It looks like it. He's going to continue this assault forward.
Gaming. You guys don't know this. I'm controlling ByuN with my mind. That's what's happening here.
Oh, man. Why do you give him wrist pain while you do that, Taste? That's messed up. You're a hater. Oh, my God. He denies Stim as well.
That's
Dream
huge.
is
And
just
the
getting
SCVs,
butchered.
they get bottlenecked coming in through the mineral patches. GG.
Wow. That was a slam. And it's kind of strange to watch because Dream did exactly the same thing where he lost all of his early tech units trying to pressure ByuN. But this is almost the opposite of what I normally see in ByuN games. Like a lot of times he is the one that goes out and might end up losing some of his pressure units. Like he did come out with those initial 6 Hellions, and I think that was not a bad idea. The mine just ruined the idea right before he could make it do anything. But that's fine. That's whatever.
It's kind of crazy because ByuN's looking a lot more refined than he has in the past. I mean, it's still definitely ByuN playing, but I'm a little bit worried for Dream because especially just, you know, to simplify what happened back there, both the games had a lot of things that were very, very much the same. Like when it was time to move out on the map, overall ByuN just slaps down whatever Dream's up to, and then easily sets up, you know, to get into a further better position. And this time it was even better than Game 1. He actually did crush the 3rd base. Get into a position where it was all or nothing for Dream and pulled through.
Chocolate milk not helping Dream here, Tasteless.
It is interesting to see pros experiment with chocolate, though, or some types of small sugars in between games.
Chocolate milk is actually supposed to be one of the best things for stuff like this. Like, if I'm not mistaken, that's what Magnus Carlsen has during tournaments now.
I think he was eating black chocolate bars. Is he doing chocolate milk now?
I believe, but I could be slightly off on that.
It's like just a little burst of sugar, a little burst of energy in your system.
Yeah. Or maybe Dream just really likes chocolate milk. I mean, you know he lifts weights, and that's supposed to be really good for that.
Curious Minds will be map number 3. And we need to see if Dream can come back with at least 1 win. Ideally for him 3. Otherwise, ByuN is moving right on to the round of 8.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN.
It's great to see ByuN playing so nicely tonight.
He's showing a lot of promise. You know, for us here in Korea at the GSL studio, we always have that downtime period, you know, as the year ends and, you know, we come into the new year, and it's a really exciting moment to see, like, where everybody sizes up, you know. What do you do with your time off? And yeah, I mean, in the studio today, ByuN looks great. He looks very, very strong.
Yeah, yeah. But to be fair, I think Dream is not having very good openings here. Like, losing basically the same set of units 2 games in a row. If he does that again, it's like, okay, you're playing like a robot at this point, right?
Right. But if I had to guess, I would say that, I mean, ByuN is probably going to 3-0 here, unless Dream has something pretty impressive.
Well, I think if Dream, like, retains his early game units, he'll be fine. Like, I think he actually plays the mid game better than ByuN in a lot of ways. I'm not a big fan of Terrans that move around mid game with their entire army, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Well, the thing with TVT is, like, well, I should say Terran in general, is when they have a very small number of units, it's a glass cannon comp. Like, everything does damage very quickly, but also takes damage quickly. So when you have these very early on glass cannon-ish armies, you know, it can be high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense that ByuN's doing it. But ByuN's so good at micro that basically ByuN is just smashing Dream's army and then finding so many opportunities there. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's better to turtle.
A little bit of micro back and forth here. ByuN actually doing a fantastic job. The SCV Reaper normally just completely destroys the Reaper. And I mean, Dream is winning that slightly, but he forces SCV back quickly and saves the SCV. Oh wait, did he lose that SCV on his CC?
Yeah, he lost the SCV.
Damn, that last shot got it. Well, almost saved it, almost.
So the Reapers are going to come up here now. And nice, gets that first kill over there. And, you know, with the Hellion coming in here, it's a little bit quicker than the Reaper. Looks like actually they're going to be able to meet in time. So he actually does save the Reaper. I thought for a second the Reaper might get the last shot there, and then things would really begin to pick up. But regardless, he's going to try to come in here, chucks the grenade, pops the Hellion over, loses the Reaper in the process. In a real back and forth, excuse me, a tug of war. A tug of fourth.
Just a word salad.
Yeah, it's just suddenly became schizophrenic.
All right, so ByuN gonna look at this. This is so funny to watch him continue to go back and forth, and that's weird to me that Dream went up that time. Everything else made sense, but him going up that time, it's like, no, there has to be a second factory unit out by now. So kind of a strange one, but we are chasing back right now as ByuN. Trying to go up this ramp. Oh, and he does kill another Hellion.
This forces the SCVs to evacuate here. And, you know, keep in mind, the Hellions are going to be damaging these SCVs as they damage the Hellion. This is already starting to become a lot of kills here on workers. You know, what started out as a bit of a back and forth to try to get a sniper 2 off on any other extra units turn into one where ByuN was able to dive deep, get into the infrastructure there that Dream had set up, and he killed off 10 workers in the process. We're on 2 bases right now on both sides. That is a huge number.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. ByuN completely outdid Dream here. And honestly, that all happened because Dream dived up the ramp. Like, a Hellion was already at his base, and he chased it all the way back with a Hellion and a Reaper and went up the ramp, which just that literally doesn't make sense if you just think about production time.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, there's another unit up there, which is all he needs, and then you're really punished. And you saw what happened there. Loses 10 SCVs because of that choice. So we see this early game decision-making for Dream really not going well.
Yeah, now I'm worried for Dream because, I mean, a lot of the same themes are happening here in all 3 games, but that's a pretty pronounced amount of damage that he had to take in early on. That's even more than what we had in Game 1 and Game 2.
Well, I'm not worried for him anymore, Tasteless. I'm past that phase. I'm in acceptance that ByuN is moving on to the next round.
I thought this was going to be a little bit closer.
I actually thought that Dream was going to have a better match here, and actually I thought he was favored because I haven't been a huge fan of ByuN's TVT, but he's playing really solid, and I don't, like, I mean, you're watching this, like, Dream he's just losing early units.
It's funny, as someone who's been casting ByuN for like over a decade, I know on any given day he can be amazing, but I certainly share a lot of the views that you have where I've seen him perform very poorly at times in the past, but today is not going to be one of those days.
No.
Today he is looking to be in top form.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Dream pushing out right now. Does have a reasonable army. I don't think you can do anything, though, against this defensive stance that ByuN is in.
Okay, we've got a push coming out here now from Dream. I worry. Let's see how the engagement goes. Siege mode already... I'm sorry, the siege tank's already in siege mode is what I'm trying to say, and in position here. ByuN also having a Banshee that'll come in here, so more damage is already dealt over here into Dream's main base, and now his natural. And we don't see any damage dealt at all yet with that push that came out here. ByuN basically turtled, stayed back, and out of all 3 games we've had here, I feel like this is ByuN's by far best performance here. He's really not missing a beat at all.
Yeah, he's looking very, very solid. Those double eBays are going to be finishing up here very shortly. What is the plan for Dream? He is making that 3rd CC on location. And, I mean, this is kind of like a light containment, so I guess in a way that does slow ByuN down. The scans coming out. Look at that. ByuN's scan right out in the front. He's like, well, it's only a Hellion? No, everything is just outside that in an arc.
Yeah. So he's got a very light contain here. Keep in mind the tanks are not sieged up yet, which
he's
is
getting
bad.
ready to run up and just try to bash whatever comes down that ramp.
Yeah. We have 2 Ravens coming through here. The problem is that although Dream's expanding more and more, it's little attacks like this, little jabs at his economy that just continue to bleed him out. The worker count's 38 to 54. I mean, right now, ByuN is completely solid economically.
And look at the amount of damage these 2 Ravens did. Now, to be fair, he does not have these Ravens at home anymore. So that could make pushing out harder. If Dream decides to attack, that's going to make the defense harder.
It also means he doesn't have Disable ready if he didn't want to push out. So, you know, taking these pot shots over here at the economy is fine. But, you know, if he wants to end the game here, he will eventually have to come out on the map and do some real damage.
So let's see how ByuN wants to handle this. Honestly, like the setup that Dream has, it's definitely very interesting, but it's far enough to the side that if ByuN pushes out slowly, like towards the north, I don't think there's any chance of Dream really utilizing this like he wants.
So 1-1 is about to finish. You know, with the 3rd base, but almost nothing mining in it. Oh, and I didn't see this coming, but yeah, you can slow walk Vikings over here and basically get more kills, and then when the reinforcements come to try to save that, you just pick up and leave.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, he's just going to go for the command center.
That's
Meanwhile, Marines are now moving on the map. Tanks are trying to flee this. Great targeting here. Takes out both of those tanks and then moves out of range of the auto turrets.
Yeah, really nice.
This is by far the cleanest game we've seen from ByuN here.
This is a cool game too. Like watching these Vikings like literally land way out of range of that and then walk in and force the lift. And well, this part not as much, but everything else, this has been very, very cool the way that ByuN has handled this.
Even this is pretty impressive, right? He gets out with 4 Vikings. The third base has now been taken on the map as well for ByuN. And now with more workers there, he's immediately going to get a big boost economically. He's got so many tanks because, frankly, ByuN hasn't used them the entire game.
Yeah.
He's kept them safe. And really, the tanks are, most of the time in a TVT, the killing blow tool.
Oh,
You know,
for sure,
you come out ahead. Occasionally, it's the opposite. It's all the Stim Marines because they killed the tanks. But in this case, I think with a healthy number of Marines here, this attack's going to be extremely difficult for Dream to deal with.
A lot of auto turrets going down on both sides. Dream just plastering the floor with them. Will push everything back for now and has enough tanks that I think that's kind of the end of this push. ByuN, though, going to boost towards the main base.
But in the main, I see tanks and Marines ready. Oh, I'm sorry. Those are two SCVs repairing. Anyway, still too much to deal with. Anyway, all right, GG. Yeah, just not enough. Yeah, ByuN by far his cleanest performance of the day. And honestly, a shorter series for TVT and StarCraft 2 than I expected. That was a little bit under 40 minutes.
Yeah,
with
it was definitely very quick. I think that Dream underperformed a bit, but ByuN played very nicely and just capitalized on so many mistakes.
Yeah, ByuN looking to be in top form. We got to see who can stop him now. TVT is clearly not a problem. I do have some questions about the way the Dream played. ByuN is a very different Terran player to go up against, though.
Well, let's get a little interview here with ByuN and see what he's thinking about that match and his current form.
And I think we're ready for that interview now. Yeah, let's see what ByuN is thinking about Super Tournament as well as the year 2022. Having that amazing performance, 3-0ing Dream in that TVT.
For the first match of the day, it is ByuN taking a 3-0 win. And we're going to have an interview with him very soon. Congratulations, ByuN. Thank you. ByuN, the start of the year looks very promising for you. So how do you feel after winning today? Well, the victory surely does feel happy. After coming back from the military, every time I entered the Super Tournament, I always got eliminated in the round of 16. So this time, going to round of 8 feels really happy for me. And at times in the games, I feel like I might get a reverse sweep, but that didn't happen. Fortunately, and I cannot let my guard down against Dream because Dream is a phenomenal player. So once I get overwhelmed by his pace, it's really hard to turn back the game. But then things really went according to my scenario today overall. So I feel really happy. I mean, last year you played a lot of TVTs. And in that process, you did lose to Cure a few times. And this time today, you showed great macro with the Ravens today that everyone got to see. So today, with the 3-0 win, how much preparation and how much practice did you have to go through? Well, I mean, in TVTs, I do use Ravens a lot. I mean, but Ravens are not used for late games. It's for more like early mid game. And Dream today played quite similarly as me. So I knew that if I cannot let the finishing blow against him at the right time, he will eventually beat me in the late game. But I do use Ravens a lot in my games. And I feel like I'm one of the players who used Ravens the most in TVT. And I feel like people just view me as a player who doesn't use Ravens much, but I'm actually a person who does use Ravens a lot. Alright, we'll try to throw away that image of yours, ByuN. Well, your movement today in the games were very aggressive overall. So today, did you expect the 3-0? I mean, he played like as I expected. In game 2, I play some mind games, and Dream usually doesn't go for observing much. scouting. And then I went for the double barracks by blocking the ramp. And he actually came to scout me, and then I felt like things were going my way. So I knew that this build, with this build, if he comes for the scout and I don't lose in the early game, I'll eventually win in the mid game. That's right, ByuN. So with your fantastic strategies, you do acquire the win against him. So let's talk about the next matchup. Your next opponent will be either Dark or GuMiho. So if it is Dark, he was your opponent back in 2016. But recently in TSL and other tournaments, you are kind of falling below against him. You know, recently I figured out that TVZ is the hardest for me, hardest matchup. You know, as I'm entering my late 20s, I feel like my mechanics are going down. They're not as good as before. And I can feel it strongly these days. But when I do meet Dark, it's always very entertaining, it's very fun. But you know, I do want to avoid him if possible, but if I have to meet him, I'll have to play against him, but although I am weak in TVZ, as long as the games are fun, I don't mind playing against him. So, you know, I do hope Dark advances to round of 8. So ByuN's saying even though he's not confident in TVZ, he does want to meet Dark. And as I said before, ByuN, you have a very promising start for the year. So anything you want to say? So, you know, I hope there will be points available when this was GSL Season 1. But I felt like this is a great start for me of the year. And you know, gaining a 3-0 clean sweep is a very happy feeling. And you know, I just want to keep this momentum up for round of 8, round of 4, and my wrist condition is getting well too. So I hope fans keep looking forward to me and my performance. And Shopify Rebellion has supported me so much. But I couldn't go directly to IM Katowice. So I'm a little sorry to my team. But this time, I do want to go to IM Katowice and play in the play-in stage and hope to play a good game there. Well, we'll support you, ByuN. Thank you.
Short but sweet, man. 3-0 versus Dream. Coming up next, guys, we're going to have Dark versus GuMiho. It should be amazing. GuMiho is back. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Sit tight.
Woke up thinking it was still yesterday. Scared that the days will always be this way. Still I wish everything would stay the same. 'Cause I am even more afraid of change. Told myself think about the good days. Try hard enough and it'll clear this haze. I felt so much, I felt nothing at all. I know I probably should tell someone. Maybe I could fall asleep and never have to wait. Maybe I could dive in deep so I could float away. So maybe today will be the day. Or maybe with you I'll stay. it's all for naught. Maybe I just forgot. I'll leave it up to God. Maybe it's all I've got. Maybe it's all for naught. Maybe I just forgot. I'll leave it up to God. Maybe, maybe, maybe today will be the day. Maybe. I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기 글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 다! 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫6.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
All right, welcome back. We just had ByuN go 3-0 against Dream going on to that round of 8. He's looking fantastic and says he would like to play Dark in the next round. It's kind of interesting, even though he's not super confident in his Terran vs. Zerg. But that being said, Dark versus GuMiho, I think you have to look at this and say that it is Dark favored. Dark has knocked onto the military. He's been doing fantastically. Well, I guess this last year, you know, he only won one GSL, but
I know.
GuMiho, you know, he's back from the military. It's awesome to see him back. Definitely one of the most interesting players we've ever had. But is he going to be in good enough shape to take out Dark? Is he going to be going mech against Dark here? I have so many questions, and I can't wait for them to be answered.
I think this is going to be a fun match. For GuMiho's sake, I wish that he wasn't versus Dark or Rogue. I would like to see like an Armani or another good Zerg where it's like, okay, GuMiho, show me what you got. Because one of the things about Dark and Rogue and you know Zergs in that league out here in Korea is the degree to which they shut down everything and anything.
Yeah.
Like all good Zergs do, where anytime you leave the base, like that was a mistake. What are you doing leaving your base against these guys? They're going to kill everything.
Sure.
That you don't get to see necessarily what the other player has, but oh, there it is. The Tal is back. The Tal Terran is here.
Yeah. He legit looks older than when he went to the military.
He's hardened, man.
I know everyone ages all the time, but like, you can really see it in some of these guys that are coming back. I'm like, oh, look at that, GuMiho, you're a man now.
Everyone but Geraldo, yeah. Geraldo. Is it Geraldo? Not Geraldo. Excuse me, Geraldo.
Not Geraldo.
Sorry, guys. It's true though. Every time I look at him on TV, I'm like, is he going to get any older? Like, I feel like he's almost the same looking guy.
Absolutely. Still got those chiseled abs and everything.
I know, man. At like 70 or whatever.
I can only hope to be like Geraldo when I get old.
Dude, yeah. This is going to be a great match, though. We're going to start this off on Hardwire here with Dark versus GuMiho. GuMiho had this style that nobody seemed to ever be able to emulate. We got to learn more about it every time we'd see him play. I don't know if he's going to be able to bring it back now, how much mech we're going to have, how much mobile mech, which is really what his signature move was. Lots of Hellions, lots of Cyclones, lots of engaging early on. But, you know, he's up against Dark, one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what GuMiho is going to be bringing us here. Hardwire is set number 1, Dark versus GuMiho. This is the match I'm most excited about in this whole round, so I hope it delivers.
All right, guys, game 1 is up. Our second best of 5. I can't talk right now. Starts game start. Go. go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
That's the best cutout we have, is that hatchery.
That's right.
Storm Gaming. GuMiho.
But yeah, GuMiho, like, he actually single-handedly brought mech back against Zerg. I remember this so clearly. There was like Swarm Host basically eradicated mech, and then he kind of brought it back because he went double medevac Thor drops, and he would also make Vikings, and you couldn't really do anything against him with the Swarm Host because he could zip over, gun down Niduses, he could nail the Locusts while they're flying, right? So you can't even close because he's got all this anti-air and stuff. And
right.
It was just really cool to see. I remember the game that, to me, heralded that his new style before his GSL victory and everything. He played against, I believe it was Cyril on Abyssal Reef, this one game where, like, he played so well with that cool new style, and obviously that became kind of his trademark for a long time, and things have progressed so far since then that, I mean, we'll see if he's going to go mech. He goes bio still, too. You know, he's really well known for mech, but he still has bio play, and it's good.
Now,
gas. That's what I want to see, boys.
That could only mean a factory. But here's a Roach Warren on 2 bases.
He's afraid. He's afraid. He's cheesing because he's afraid, and he's a coward.
I was going to say beforehand, like, let's watch what GuMiho does, but let's not forget that Dark actually rushes
yeah,
a lot.
He does.
In this, like, he'll always do it, it seems like, once in a best of 5.
Yeah.
And I think to start this off and basically send a reminder here to GuMiho, like, you know, if you're not playing safe, I will just kill you. And look, this could just kill GuMiho outright. I think it probably won't, but let's see what the next few tech choices are. You know, when you get Roach rushed, the damage piles up quickly. Obviously, the Roaches are not a great investment in the long run, but to come in here this quickly, he does get the wall in up here. The cleaning bot stays up here to watch it all. Yeah,
this is a little bit annoying because he's making a very different looking type of wall, but he will clean this up overall. The SCVs, a couple of them end up going down. Sends them back into the main. So that makes me feel like he already is detecting silliness on its way.
Some clownery.
Little bit of clownery.
Now, the Reaper's going to come up here. When you see the one Roach, that's all you need to see. You know that then there's more Roaches coming.
You don't think it's just a scouting Roach?
Oh, there's a scouting Roach coming here. That's weird.
Well, the thing is, the Reaper kills the Ling too quickly, so if you make a Roach, like it doesn't die.
The Roach
easily.
can tank a lot of damage and then get in there and scout.
You just don't get this game, do you, Tasteless?
The Ravagers are going to be coming up here now, and they're going to be trying to hit the vulnerable smaller buildings over here at the wall. And the depot is obviously a nice hit because you could spill into the main, but getting the add-on as well here at the barracks here, the tech lab, is also a handy hit.
Oh,
ouch.
Yeah, that's so painful.
My God.
Losing that first mine. Because even the mine itself is questionable.
The mine doesn't really give you consistent damage during this. And now concussive shells are not a thing.
Yeah.
The Wallen's not going to be here.
The depot's not going to be a thing. That's painful, man.
He's actually going to do a run-by here. The SCV block's going to come here. I'm surprised he did the run-by.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
I kind of thought you want to stay back, make more Ravagers, and just start to pick off the bunker. So I feel like this was a bit of a mistake. I think that we just saw Dark take what was a pretty big lead and kind of trip himself up.
I think it was still good, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
I guess SCV count's pretty low right now.
Yeah. I thought he was going to try to stay back further and, hit the tech lab or just kind of punish more stuff coming out here. Yeah. And then if you are going to run by, wait for the buildings to lift off, excuse me, and then run up through the top. But Dark can also do damage like that, and then you just stop. And back at home, you've got lots of drones. You're in you're in great shape. Artosis, do you have any tissue over there? Runny nose. Is there nothing on that side?
I have some tissues.
Thank you.
Bag, tasteless.
Appreciate it, Artosis. Now, GuMiho is going to try to come across the map.
Here are the tissues, tasteless.
Thank you. I'll take the tissues now.
All right, good.
Use them to wipe my nose. Thank you.
Let it be known that I lent Tasteless some tissues. I'm
That's
going to want
right.
those back when you're done.
That's right.
All right, so making a wall here is getting a bunker up in it. Liberator coming out as well. Melee attack as well as Zergling speed. It's kind of an interesting, cool follow-up. You don't normally, like when it's a Roach attack like that, normally you see like a Roach Ravager follow-up. The fact that he's switching immediately into Lings, I kind of like that.
Well, you see the mech units, you see the Marauders there, and Lings are very strong against Marauders. You also aren't working. You're not working with nearly as much when you just have stuff like that. So I think the idea is pretty cool. Now, there was a wall-in setup over there, so he's not going to be able to actually get in. Meanwhile, the drop does come in here. Is there a transfuse on that Queen above us? Looks like he actually fends us off basically perfectly.
Yeah.
And again, this is like a dance that we see Dark do so many times where he really isn't hemorrhaging anything. I guess, we might disagree on him running into the main. He might have something mathed out where it's probably better to just try to shoot down as many SCVs or at least force them to try to surround you.
Yeah.
Maybe that actually maps out better.
Right? Yeah, just killing the amount that he killed. He was up like 9 or 10 workers after that Roach push. So,
right.
I mean, that plus all the building kills, not bad. Now, the Liberator is actually knocking down Overlords, which was definitely not what GuMiho was going for, but 2 were sitting there, so he's just going for it. I like it.
Right.
Still trying to keep some harassment going. He is going into bioplay. We'll see if he can make that work out for him after that damage early on. He is down by quite a bit. Supply still down 10 workers. It's going to be tough, I think. Tough game.
Liberator's going to poke in again.
Look how many Overlords he's got.
Yeah, that's going to be, if he kills it, that'll be his 5th one. He's got 4 so far.
A lot of Lings out in the map. Melee is done getting that carapace now.
So he wants to take the 3rd here. Now, there's a lot of Lings. I don't see that much able to, drive those Lings out. And 14 more Lings are being made as well. So he's really beginning to power up. You mentioned earlier that the melee upgrade's done. Also, Dark is taking a 4th base over here. So growth looking pretty good on his side as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. And when is GuMiho actually going to be able to get out there and do something against this growth? Because he doesn't have like a full composition, right? Like he's going to have 1/1 Stim Marines with some medevacs. But what else? Like how many, what do we have for tanks? We have, a few random tech units here that he's been utilizing.
Is this enough damage? He does take out a decent amount of those Marines here. But certainly a bit of a trade here. 18 more Lings on the way. We're only seeing Lings being used for the time being.
Yeah, a lot of Lings being made right now. That Baneling speed is going to be finishing up.
And I would assume from here he simply wants to smother that 3rd base location with Ling Bane, force liftoffs, take out core parts of the units, and take out SCVs.
Infestation pit coming up.
Now there's a small force moving out here towards the very top left corner of the map. And obviously the Lings saw it, so this should cue Dark into just getting ready to defend this. So I don't think we're going to see much of this. I'm also not sure where the other targets will be if he's forced to pick up, because with medevacs there, it's not really about the initial target. It's more so about where else can he kind of combo into different base hits and try to move along here. Until we have a Spire done, there's really no way to contest the medevac movement.
Yeah, and he's not going for the Spire, really.
Yeah.
Right, this is just the heavy Ling Bane. He did get a macro hatch in the main base even for that, where he is getting it now, as well as taking that additional base. And, I mean, this is so macro heavy. Dark is just looking really good. I think this was even a very good choice to do against GuMiho right now, but GuMiho is actually adding 2 factories right now. also getting that armor upgrade. So is he going to be going into like lots of mines? Are we going to be seeing siege tanks added in? I'm honestly not that sure.
Yeah, I'm curious about this as well. Looks like whoa, does not get that. That's crazy that Medevac gets away.
I feel like we see 2 factory mines against this style a decent amount, but 3 factory is not something that comes to mind.
Well, you know, this is GuMiho. He does tend to lean a little bit into factory production over barracks production.
Yeah, so that might be like kind of an interesting thing that changes the course of the game a little bit. Can GuMiho start to gain extra value out of factory units?
Seems like Dark has grown into his side of the map. With the 4th base being taken down here at the very bottom center, I'm curious to see if Dark can start to hit those locations as well. I don't think GuMiho's done a bad job doing what he needs to do, but it's undeniable that Dark has grown at a pretty insane rate here.
Yeah.
He's almost taken all of the bases on his top side of the map. And, you know, once he feels like he's basically grown into his side, it's going to be the Terran on the defense right now. And GuMiho, although he's come out on the map, he's had no major tactical victories.
Yeah.
He hasn't killed a hatchery. He hasn't killed any tech. He's basically been swatted away anytime he comes out here. And that makes me worried for him because when you get Dark into a position like this, it's very rare that he falters.
Well, GuMiho hasn't thrown an army away, which I think is incredibly important, especially considering we just started a 4th factory tasteless. He's getting a 2nd armory as well. So I think we're actually watching a bio that has 2-2 opener with maybe a transition into mech, but maybe a half and half type of composition, which is, this is a very rare type of play, I think. Like, and I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see because I just saw him making mines and tanks. Is he going to switch over into pure tank to try to deal with these lurkers? It's honestly, it's hard to say, but it's definitely a GuMiho special here.
Yeah, GuMiho coming in now, is forced to pick up. Not that many banelings on the low ground here, but he's got another force over here on the right, and he's basically trying to find some area of weakness. The issue is that both these areas he's going for, the other one that we saw earlier and this one, are very well defended. I don't know what to just say. I thought he was going to pick that up to the point where I didn't even play-by-play it until the Banes connected and wiped out more than half the Marines. But yeah, Dark's defense is pretty on point, including in his main, which a lot of times is the Achilles heel, where you just take a bunch of medevacs and fly in there if there's nowhere else to go and hit. But he's got queens, he's got spores there. I mean, he's pretty much sealed off.
Yeah, Dark's defense looks very, very good. But, you know, GuMiho is still on the fringes. He's, like, kind of keeping tabs, kind of keeping Dark honest, although I'm not sure that we can really call this many bases and 89 drones honest. He's got what he wants, you know. It's not like he's really being slowed at the moment, but GuMiho is adding, like, he just added another factory. So I believe we're on 5 factory now, adding a ton of command centers. We're getting Blue Flame, double armory upgrades for mech, still getting +3 attack for the bio. This is cool, man. I'm excited for whatever GuMiho is going to show us.
It is pretty wild that we're seeing him, Dark, do this, though, without even any Mutalisks at all. Like, you would just think that these medevacs would find more places to go, but they really can't. But I agree with what you're saying as well, and that GuMiho's doing a great job. He's holding his own. I'm a little bit worried he's not quite as quick as some of our other Terran players to scoop up the infantry when the Banes come in.
Yeah, he definitely is not, but that's not his skill set.
True.
His skill set is in making 5 factories randomly at this late point of the game, right? Like, he's going to be doing something a little bit different from what other people's do. Look at, oh my god, he got Neo Steel frames.
That's so funny.
Amazing.
Here comes a Nidus network, though.
All right. Dude, this is cool. I'm like wiggly with anticipation on what we're going to end up seeing. Now, Lings and Banes being added in by Dark. He's continuing to upgrade. He does have that +3 melee. So Baneling's going to be pretty damn dangerous. Getting his Lurker upgrades, kind of finishing that off, getting a Spire now. The economies are getting big, so he's kind of finishing the to-do list.
Okay, another big attack comes down here. You know, Dark playing the way that he has it been too passive? I'm not totally sure. It looks like this attack is going to be able to breach this area 100%, overwhelm the tanks. The Banes connect onto the SCVs, and they just spill even further forward over here onto where all the rest of the tanks are. It was funny, as I was saying, Has Dark been too passive? That's the moment he finally actually pulls the trigger and starts to force these bases away.
Look at this, 108 lings in production. This is the most Dark-esque thing.
And the Spire is only halfway done now at the 15-minute marker.
Well, this is so dark. This is actually, he was like the first one to start doing this a few years ago, where it's like, okay, I have my economy. Now let's make 90 Banelings to see if I can hit the back of your base.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's...
Well, you know, it's not always cost efficient to make just Banelings and Lings, but what happens is that you can have such momentum economically that you could basically gas dump into Banelings like 3 or 4 times, and the Terran doesn't have any kind of recovery process built in that's as quick as you know how many Banelings can be made. And so we're seeing just this overwhelming amount, along with blinding clouds here as well, as you know, Dark is basically surveying the area, deciding where the Banelings are going to go next. And you weren't kidding when you talked about going into the starting location, Artosis. We're almost at that point as well.
No, this is something he has done before. He started doing this a few years ago, where if he gets into this type of economy, he will. It's almost like he just attack moves the bottom left corner. He's just like, all right, let's go. It's you know, I just look his production tab again, over 100 lings
and
once again.
In the process, you're basically hollowing out the Terran's base. You know, they still have a lot of their buildings. Their command centers aren't destroyed, but then you look inside and it's a ghost town.
Yeah,
the tanks are gone. The SCVs have been wiped out, and you do this a couple times, and you know the Terran is you know, barely alive in the game, and then you can make a couple strategic decisions on how to do the takedown there. So we're going to be in wave number 3, almost 50 Banelings about to hatch.
Yeah. Well, GuMiho, I think, if he wises up to exactly what's going on, I think he has potential to fight back against this. He has enough factories that he could go, like, mine Siege Tank, and that's going to make it very hard to get through this, but we're seeing just these medium and small amounts of Siege Tanks try to hold on, which obviously is not going to occur.
Oh
that
my
planetary going down in a matter of seconds.
I wondered if he was going to commit the Banes onto the planetary or look for juicier targets, but he's apparently fine buying his way through.
Yeah.
Taking out that base.
Well, that was not very efficient, what we just saw there.
No, that was extremely extremely cost inefficient, but then when you look at it big picture, Terran's on 4 bases. And so the 5th has been wiped out.
I can't even count how many bases Dark is on. So many bases.
Yeah, he's on...
He's like mining from destructible rocks at some of the bases he has.
If he takes this center left base, I guess that's pretty much all the bases he could take. I guess in theory he could maybe try to squeeze into that upper bottom right base.
Yeah,
but that would really... I mean, by then it's like, well, the game's already over. You know, if Terran can't stop that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Dark has done this very effectively.
Dark's gas, though, is...
Use the most primitive defense there is into the late game, which is just Ling, Bane, Queen, Spore, to basically not let Medivacs come in. He's not going to spend gas on mutas. It's primitive, man. He's beating them back with sticks and rocks.
Yeah.
But then what happens is that then he has so much gas and so many Lings that he can kind of just... like a campaign mission in the game, like, oh, the Zergs are here. Like, they just run over. There's like endless streams of them, and Terran are trying to leave the planet when they're, I don't know, the battlecruiser or whatever. So Kerrigan shows up and's got a speech. Kerrigan shows up on a screen, and that means that there has to be an infested cameraman filming this with a production crew, which is all I can think about.
Yeah.
All right, Kerrigan, you're going to be in Jim Raynor's spaceship in 5.
Well,
4,
look, she has
3.
infested high heels, so, like, it's
does,
doable, okay?
And she's got all this stuff planned out. She's like, I'm here, Jim Raynor. And she maybe messes it up. She over-rehearsed it, you know. I had a lot more zingers I was going to say to Jim Raynor, but, you know, I got a little camera shy. Here we go again. And just obliterating the workers, taking out the command center. And, again, this isn't cost efficient, but, you know, when you're, you know, beyond rich, like Dark is, like Dark just did all that.
118 lings.
Yeah, 118 lings. And look at the minerals, look at the gas. I mean, he can remake all these into Banes over and over again. Now, GuMiho, I think in a bit of desperation, but maybe there's an opportunity here, has unsieged and is going to try to take his army and drive it like a stake through the heart of everything that Dark has.
Yeah.
The problem is that this is such a jungle of creep to get through. And again, I mean, just like, what is this, like going to be the 6th wave of Banelings we've had? this can just as easily be wiped out by Ling Bane as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is really what we call, letting the Zerg or the macro player, the person who has that role in the game, get out of hand. Well, people say, how do you stop mass Ling Baneling? I mean, the answer is really like, well, how did we end up here? I mean, certainly Terran should be trying to do more to stop this early on, and that's really what's happened, is that you have a completely unleashed Zerg that has all the resources that they can basically get in the game. And by the way, Zerg did take that bottom right base, Artosis, I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, I want to see the efficiency tab so badly right now. I just want to see what it looks like, because Dark has mined so much more than GuMiho. But, like, God, I wish that we could just get the observer to click on that, and just see what the unit's loss looks like. How many hundreds of Banelings have gone into these planetaries and siege tanks, never to return?
The Vikings are going to come down here, and he's going to get the snipe on that hatchery. That was weird, because I thought he was going to maybe fight a little bit more.
Well, it's hard to stop the Viking drop, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure about the bottom center base as far as how many minerals are there. The tempo for how much has been mined on the Terran side of things is a little bit unclear to me, because we've basically had the Terran hollowed out so many times over. And it's not going to stop. Another major attack comes in here. So many Lings coming here from the right. Not exactly the most coordinated engagement.
No.
It seems like there was definitely some spare units there on the side. And Dark, although we've been basically talking about how Dark is unstoppable this game, I do want to point out, if the game goes on long enough, Zerg is mined out and does not have anywhere near the kind of...
I mean, when you're trading, like, inefficiently, you're trying to kill someone with purely, like, Ling Bane, a lot of times that is not efficient, but...
Yeah.
It's kind of like a tempo-based victory. It's a little bit playing with fire, because if they weather the storm, it's like they definitely have more on their side, and you haven't really gained value overall, because they will eventually just mine as much as you. But as is, Dark continues to come forward, throwing down some transfusions. We do have a few lurkers mixed in at this point.
I think we're near the end here, because I don't think the Terran can pump back up supply in the way that you need. And,
yeah, he's just a little bit off of what he needs, I think, to hold on. Just had a bit more economy, maybe he could do it. I love it. Lurkers just instantly pop out.
The lurkers,
forward,
it looked like
down.
a dolphin popping out of water and then going back in just a little bit further forward.
Yep. Oh, God.
All right. Mutas do not exist. But if they did, we'd lose these units in the air as well.
Yeah, but
this
if you make
like
mutas,
the floor
you can't
is lava.
afford this many Banelings, man.
GG.
Ah, we never got to see that efficiency. Oh, wait, no, I think he had it in the bottom right there. Damn.
Damn. All right, Dark.
Well, okay, so Dark ends up winning that, but I think it's hard for GuMiho to even practice against that, because you almost have to play Dark. Not that many Zergs really do that. Rogue does similar stuff to that sometimes, but I think that GuMiho, if he plays against that specific type of style again, can do much better against it. Because by the end, he started getting more and more efficient. So I think he's figuring things out. The series ain't over, Tasteless. This is a best of 5. It's not a best of 1, Tasteless. I wish you'd just be on my page with this.
I wish you just cut that out, Tasteless.
Cut it out.
We're going to go to
over.
Game 2. Dark, can he be stopped? Let's find out, because right now it's not looking like anybody can touch him in this matchup.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
Dog map. I forgot. This is the dog map.
Get your dogs ready.
You don't need to have your dog on a leash on this map.
GuMiho.
Dog park.
Dog park map. Gonna be a problem. The two dogs are gonna see each other. The little one's gonna get bit.
That would be a cool map, a dog park map, where there's like a little pen in the center that has like a bunch of dogs in it.
Yeah.
And you can like kill rocks to get through the center, but then the dogs are loose and they go all over the map.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I like that.
And for doodads, you can have little stations where they give you poop bags and stuff. Little thing where you give your dog some water, one of those little water fountains for dogs.
That's right. They've got one of those pet shops where you can get like wine for dogs or whatever it is. Or is it beer?
Funny that you would say that, Tasteless, because
I know. I'm thinking wine for cats is the one that. Or do they have that for dogs
dude,
too? It's not real
beer
alcohol.
and they have soju for dogs.
For dogs, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a gourmet pet treat shop right down the street, and my daughter is in love with this shop.
Oh yeah,
like loves going down there and seeing what they have. And so, my dog Rusty the other day had some dog beer.
What is in the dog beer?
I don't know.
Like,
it's like, I think it's like maybe like chicken broth or something, because I smelled it. I'm like, and she was like, "Does it smell like beer?" I'm like, well, I wouldn't know that. I'm very straight.
Like, listen, Dan drank 6 of these last night and nothing happened, and he's really embarrassing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't smell like beer at all. But,
Dan tried to party on his own last night. It was very embarrassing. Wait a minute.
The dog went shot for shot with me, and, you know.
Okay, another Roach Warren. This is the same opener that happened last time.
Okay, yeah.
Complete with 6 lings coming in here. Now there's no wall-in.
Yeah, he's
I
getting
guess there wasn't a wall-in last time. He got in there.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, with an add-on coming on here, I don't know. This could actually be pretty bad.
The Marines will be popping out. Like, I mean, I think he'll hold. I think it'll be similar to last time. Lose like 2 to 3 SCVs. Dark might turn around though.
Yeah, it might be worth it to not commit to the SCVs once the Marines get there, and instead save them for when the Roaches are there.
Yeah, he only gets 1.
Oh,
so that's not
5 of them.
This is totally fine. Now, a Hellion being made. Roaches are being made. That's a little bit rough.
Yeah, not a good trade there for Dark. Oh, that's a mistake. Yeah, it looks like he actually fished out the lings, so he takes out those 3. And again, this is all very important when you have a very small number of units. And there's not more committed to this. It's actually drones being made behind this.
Mm-hmm. All right, he's going to go up the ramp. SCV being pulled out of the natural here as well. Repair that Hellion right away. I mean, his damage output's a lot higher than a single Marauder like we saw before. Yeah, target that. Target. All right. Gets the morphing Ravager, so that's nice. It's not that many.
Oh, could he get this one back and morph this one into a Ravager? Nicely done.
Yeah.
It's important that Terran controls this perfectly because the damage really does stack, forcing the SCVs to be pulled. Oh, that. Oh, got it. Okay, gets one. Gets one. Another Ravager here.
Let's see if he actually ends up getting a similar amount.
Oh, that's funny. He blocks that Ravager in. Oh, there's a third Ravager.
Death count is really starting to go up.
Yeah, and this Ravager just gets far enough away. I think he's bought enough time. Oh, that was sick. That was really good by him. GG, he taps out.
That's rough. That's... Okay, so Dark using literally exactly the same thing. GuMiho having an even harder time blocking it.
That was the StarCraft 2 version of Dark dropping GuMiho, power bombing him through a table.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Okay, so I do want to point out GuMiho actually had superior control early on, especially when he got those 6 lings. But things fell apart pretty fast. And pulling that last Roach away, not the last one, I guess it was like the third Roach or whatever that was left, got pulled away and morphed into a Ravager. Dude, it's a lot of extra damage. Once that thing finishes, it's like, you know, it gets full HP, it comes back. It is a kiteable, macroable unit. And when we saw that, the combination of the last Marine shot and then that Bile connecting on, I think it was like 7 SCVs stacked or something like that, was just huge.
All right, Dark lead in 2-0, Tasteless.
Lava map time.
All right,
let's go to the lava map. Don't touch it, it's hot.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Storm Gaming. GuMiho.
Tau Terran.
He's not even going to need to use the towel if he doesn't.
He might have to throw the towel in here. Yeah. There is something to the fact that Dark opened up with that build twice. which is, in theory, probably not the best way to play a best of 5, but there's
not
something
the best macro opener in the whole world.
it's
that's
just,
for sure.
Usually that's something you pull out to catch them off guard and try to get control of the game and control the tempo.
Well, that's like sometimes that's the best way to catch someone off guard is to do something like that twice.
But I would be blown away if he did it a third time, because if he does it 3 times in a row, now it's a statement.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I mean, stuff like that works in competitive gaming sometimes. Like Street Fighter, you throw someone 3-4 times in a row. It's like,
exactly.
well, no one would do that.
This isn't the way. This isn't the way you're supposed to play. You can't just throw me. But I just want to say, GuMiho was a powerhouse, a few years ago, and Dark is in, some of the best shape of his whole career. But there is some dominance plays we see here when these guys come back, where somebody who's really been established for a while wants to really send a reminder to this guy, like, this is what it's like. I can actually do whatever I want versus you. And no matter, I can do the same thing over and over, and no matter what happens, you can't stop it.
That is quite a statement if that's what's going on here, Tasteless.
I just want to watch for it. Might not happen.
I'd like to see it now that you've worded it like that. Dark hates GuMiho.
They used to be friends, guys. They're not anymore.
No, not anymore. Dark hates everyone who's gone to the military and come back. It's really weird because he's going to have to do that one day too.
Okay, third hatch comes down over here.
It's not a roach horn.
Yeah. How's he going to build a roach horn where there's no creep? Oh, no. My build-up was wrong.
If he loses here, though, he's got to do a game 4 for the win.
That's true. We throw it out.
Quick Overlord speed. Okay, I don't mind this at all, actually, from Dark. I think that's pretty smart.
Well, I think especially against GuMiho, who he's predictably unpredictable.
Yeah.
But, just because
you're going to get your value from this almost always.
Yeah. If GuMiho's a player where if you're good enough, I think if you had hacks, you'd be like, okay, I got it. I know what he's doing now. I get it.
Yeah.
But Overlord speed, I think, is a pretty wise call. There is the possibility this is another 3-0, by the way.
Yeah,
So
well, it even seems likely at this point.
We're kind of barreling through the first half of games. I hope it's not. I want to see GuMiho come back. I'd love to go to a game 5 even, but right now Dark is really looking untouchable. We do have the Roach Warren coming down. Almost said Woach Warren, like almost Elmer Fudded the cast. But yeah, let's see where exactly this game's going to go.
The Cloaked Banshee coming out. That's going to... Well, I mean, you're not going to die if you go for a Cloaked Banshee, right? You'll basically hold on against anything. In comes the Scouting Overlord. Do you continue the Cloak? That's quite the question. And, yeah, it looks like he cancels both the Banshee and the Cloak, right? Or did he let the Banshee pop? Okay, he actually just cancels. So, going into Stim, it looks like just a regular bio opener. Definitely that Overlord speed doing something for you here as Dark.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a bit uncomfortable here for GuMiho being, he's going to identify Dark as that this is coming, and it's like Dark is already very good against this, so.
He's getting those spores, which aren't going to be all that useful. A few Hellions out on the map.
And, the question is going to be, although, we think about GuMiho as doing all these kind of alternative comps and different timings here, this is looking like Innovation's playing, basically. Like, you've got 2 engineering bays coming in. And, by the way, seeing the engineering bays as well, I mean, this couldn't be going better for Dark. I mean, Dark has the information he needs.
Now, to be fair, Tasteless, if we look at game 1, like, GuMiho took that damage early on.
Yeah.
But then... he didn't do much with Bio. You're definitely right. He wasn't as quick as other players. He wasn't really getting damage done, but he did that transition into mech a little bit later, or like the partial mech. It felt like a 1/3 mech, 2/3 Bio for a long time. And then he got into the Ghost and everything. And I mean, Dark did run him over, but this was a better opener for GuMiho than that game. Maybe it's like GuMiho is just, as far as Bio goes, yeah, I don't think he's like an innovation level player or a Maru level player where when they're going by, you're like, okay, I might die. I might die. I don't think there's very much of a chance that Dark is going to die to GuMiho doing a timing bio push, but maybe that late game is where he can, you know, come back, get the value out, show, you know, where his strengths are.
You could be right. I mean, fingers crossed that that's actually going to be the case. I mean, this is an uninterrupted, basically untouched GuMiho here in Game 3. So
same for Dark, though.
Yeah, that's the issue. And so we've got the push coming across the map. Now with the 2 medevacs, this doesn't signal any kind of a commitment here. But let's see what he tries to go for. He's going to need to put this tank pretty far back. Assuming he does decide to siege, he might be trying to, you know, bait Dark into coming out. But Dark's being pretty patient. He's just staying back and waiting.
Getting that Hydralisk Den right now.
Oh.
I'm not sure what this is even supposed to do. It's almost just like a scout, you know? Like, never at this timestamp would that little army do anything against any composition.
I think he wants to see if he could snipe a queen or something. You saw this moment where he stimmed in and then, like, kind of looked around and realized there's nothing he can really hit. So he backs up.
Yeah, just looking to pick anything.
There are these moments where you basically can't hurt each other, but you might as well try to be active and see if you can find something. Like, if he had sniped that queen, that'd be good. But yeah. Right now, basically both sides are you know,
and you slow the creep a little
safe.
bit like that anyways.
Yeah.
They can't just throw the tumors out at any moment. They have to push you back first.
Yeah, and pushing creep back, you know, it can seem like it's not a big deal, but, you know, when you see a whole map covered in creep and you realize the Terran never is able to get anywhere in the game, and the Zerg has, you know, almost full vision of the map, you know, it makes a lot of sense. So over here in the north, we have another attack coming in here.
Yeah, the multi-prong from GuMiho is actually kind of nice. I see these Roaches and Ravagers going back and forth. He can't really decide where he wants to defend.
He's got a pretty good spread. I think if you can push the creep back a little bit further, with the 2 creep tumors at the top of the screen now, if you can clear that out, he can start to set up tanks that are far back enough. It's not going to be easy to go through these bottlenecks, even with Ravagers, and try to pick off the tanks. So the rocks have been destroyed there to open that area more, in case Zerg does want to spill down there. Oh, man!
Ooh.
That was close.
Yeah, quick pickup right there. 2-2 is on the way here for GuMiho. Have the Hive finishing up. Lurker Den just finished as well for Dark.
Oh!
Nice files there.
Yeah, but Terran fights back pretty well.
Yeah.
Guns down some Ravagers in the process. More Roaches, more Lings coming in here.
Yeah, GuMiho's push is becoming a little bit more serious right now, rallying quite a bit. Dark pushing forward now. Throws down those vials, doesn't really connect.
Yeah, some more vials are coming down now. And GuMiho seems to think he can force this fight.
Yeah,
the question is this actually enough? I guess it's barely not when the Lings come in, assuming they can get to the other side, but...
Yeah, especially that extra group of Roaches coming, he's just got to back up.
I thought for a second maybe GuMiho knew something else, you know, that thought maybe we could take this, but it seems like he tried to commit and kind of fed into the plans here of Dark, and now Dark has the liberty of trying to put some counter pressure on here. You know, when you force the units in the medevacs and they have to pick up, now you have no control over the Zerg's ground game anymore. And so it's going to be an opportunity there for the Zerg to reposition now. Dark decided to not go for more aggression, but instead to go back here and try to continue to power up.
Now, this is the part of the game that I'm excited for right now. GuMiho, his 2-2 is finishing up. He's adding a factory. We see a couple Liberators coming up, an additional command center, so that's all good stuff. But is he going to go crazy on the factories again? Is he going to go, like, 2 factory? That's standard right now. Like, we're always going to see that, but... with GuMiho, will we see more? The Liberators, are they for harassment? Are they just going to come up and try to help his push? It's hard to say.
Yeah, GuMiho, again, this whole game has been centered around this low ground from the Terran, the high ground for the Zerg. Lurkers are now in position, caging the Terran out. Siege tanks too far back. Is he going to inch them forward here and try to take a fight? In the meanwhile, you know, there's the ability for the Ravagers to take some pot shots. I think Zerg doesn't want to engage us until the last second. Terran pulls the trigger and comes in.
Oh, I don't know. With those Lurkers there, plus that much on top of them, you're not going to break that with this army.
Seems like Terran's almost running into a blender here, and when Dark smells weakness, he decides to dive from above, wiping out more, and then pulling back away, and these Lurkers are still here. In fact, the Lurkers are now going to push in. The tanks harpooned. The position from GuMiho is gone.
Yeah, it was a little bit too hard on the pushing. Like, he was very Marauder heavy. He had those siege tanks, but with that much Roach Ravager Queen on top of some lurkers, you're just not able to break it. But you know what? Like, GuMiho's got some decent things going for him, right? He's got a very solid SCV count. He's got solid upgrades so far, better upgrades than Dark at least. His 4th base is now up, and with 77 SCV, he's not going to be hard to mine from that. Let's see what his next plan is, because, I mean, we're getting into a heavier and heavier lurker defense. There's 13 lurkers on the map right now. Yeah, and that's going to be something that, like, you need to go above and beyond Marauder Marine 1 siege tank pushes.
Well, it's also hard to force fights when lurkers are there, right? You can't kind of barbarian club your way through a bunch of lurkers. You know, things get obliterated very quickly. It's really the Zerg's moment to kind of utilize siege weapons, even if it's in a defensive setting. And, you know, GuMiho is kind of comfortably sitting on his 4 bases, but I think any 5th base he tries to take is going to be in jeopardy. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dark is basically banking on that. You know, the game's going to go on long enough. Eventually, the resources on the map are going to dry up. And that's why we're seeing Dark basically destroy all these rocks on the ramps. He wants full circulation, the ability to counterattack, the ability to hit anywhere. And he's actually going to just roam right up here, and he takes out that 5th base command center that was, not morphing, that was building over there.
It was warping in.
It was warping in.
Lurkers come up. A little dive bomb here, and actually spreads it out over the lurkers, scans and kills that off. He's going to be able to get this hatch, I think.
Yeah, this drop's actually like way better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, this is pretty fantastic. I think he's going to hold on against the push over here as well. It seems like he has enough there. I'm not really afraid of that killing him. But not a lot of good targeting going on here. Unfortunately, he could have gotten that if we had a bit more micro.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the decision for Dark to attack into the Terran, because that's the only way that GuMiho is going to have an opportunity like the one that we're seeing now. And this is quite a bit of damage that's being dealt. You know, you were mentioning earlier, obviously it's better if he kills the hatchery. Maybe he can get that on the way back through here. No.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, unfortunately. So the hatchery is going to live. He has transfused it at least a little bit. We got that dog whistle swarm host out now.
And, yeah, for all the engagements on the Zerg side of the map, I think we're getting to the point here. Terran is going to need a 5th base eventually. The creep has been pushed back, especially in the center, pretty nicely, and honestly, Dark hasn't really remade that creep that well. That is going to be important for later on.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit nervous right now for GuMiho sitting on 4 base. He really should have a 5th right now.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Like, his 3rd is starting to get pretty light, I think, and Dark continues to expand. His creep spread is not as good as it was. GuMiho has done a good job of pushing a lot of that back. The bottom right, though, actually has a really decent amount of creep, and it seems like most of the action for Dark is focused a little bit more towards the top left, so it's hard to break any position here for GuMiho.
So, I mean, we wait now, basically. You know, GuMiho is close to maxing out again. It does... Ooh, those are actually a lot of kills on that. It does just seem to me like what you were saying, and what I was even mentioning even earlier than that. It's like, yeah, there's no 5th base, and I don't see one being taken here. And, you know, Dark, kind of like game 1, can keep growing into spots on the map. Terran kills that, that's great. You know, one of these bases, like we almost saw it killed off earlier. But the problem is that you don't have any staying power as a Terran against a Zerg if you're not able to at least almost match their bases. Like we see Maru do, where the game gets stretched out and it really does come down to like the base at the top left and the base at the bottom right of the map.
Yeah.
Games like that. It doesn't seem like GuMiho is overall macro-wise competitive here against Dark. So for as much as we break down the fights and the engages and everything, I mean, there is a growth issue over here for GuMiho that I just don't see addressed. And all that needs to happen now for Dark is 1 or 2 fights. You know, the armies are traded off, and suddenly it's the Terran without much that could be remade, and the Zerg is already remaxing and getting ready for another attack.
Well, I do want to mention also, if you take a look, like GuMiho's finishing up a lot of upgrades, and they've actually both got about the same amount of bank. They both are maxed out, similar amounts of workers. So yeah, GuMiho, like, he's down bases right now, but for right now, he's doing well. And I think if Dark gets over-aggressive with some of these lurkers against the 3 at a time siege tank production that we've been seeing for a little bit, maybe that's how GuMiho can actually start to gain a lead, right? If Dark gets wasteful, because he doesn't have that gigantic bank we see sometimes.
Dark playing a pretty conservative game from here on out. I mean, he doesn't really have to do that much.
Watching a single lurker just walk up and
lurker
There's
versus the
something
turret.
funny about it.
Yeah.
It's one lurker goes across the
Solid
map.
snake lurker coming across the map.
It's just throwaway there.
We are seeing a greater spire come down here. A lot of command centers are being made everywhere and turned into orbitals. And this is, I don't know, man. I feel like GuMiho's been really passive, but I guess because of the way the mid game went, you can't do much more, right?
Yeah, I think he can't, but he's been working on his composition. You see him continually adding tanks in here, more and more command centers, getting another armory, so he's going to continue those mech-based upgrades. Of course, all the upgrades coming along for Dark as well, getting those adrenals, +2 melee, pathogen glands.
Where is he going to try to hit? It's interesting to see GuMiho also end up so passive here. He's going to come in here now. Now, the tanks are very well positioned. Is there enough to spill through? It doesn't seem like there's any Marines here really covering this. And obviously, this army is much more complex than what we had in Game 1, but it's a lot of the same ideas. You can trade inefficiently, come in and obliterate positions, and since these aren't Banes, you can even go back out again, and basically stop Terran from mining. The 2 bases that will mine out last, the very last one will be the one at the 3 o'clock spot. The other one will be at the 12 o'clock spot. Terran's had the top base at 12 for a while now.
Yeah.
And, you know, via the passivity here from GuMiho, Dark is really in a position where he's been untouched. I mean, I think the only other base he might be able to take would be in the bottom right. I think you're getting dangerously close to the Terran, but there's nothing really, I think, to easily stop this ridiculous amount of lurkers and everything else from coming into the center right position, wiping that, pulling back out. Now, this is an even tougher position to tanks. Oh, well, they were in a great spot in siege mode. They're not anymore.
You know, GuMiho, I think, is still playing pretty well. Like, he's zoning out all of these attacks reasonably well, but is he going to continue to be able to grow? He is expanding more in the bottom right. Dark, though, seesawing it back to that 12 o'clock base. Not as important this location for GuMiho, but everything is important to some degree. And if he loses this foothold, top left's going to fall to Dark as well.
Yeah, he just goes in for an easier angle. And the SCVs, I didn't even notice these were up here until the Banes connected. About 20 were up there and were picked off with ease. And he's just going to move the lurkers back out when it's time.
Leaves a few there for now. Gonna go up in siege. Vikings going to start picking on these overseers a little bit. But yeah, that area, I like that Dark is focusing on there and then swinging it back and forth, right? Like now he'll come down, poke this area if it gets defended. Maybe he hits 12 o'clock again. That's just freeing up his top left bases.
Yeah, and I think almost a premature burrow here. He can easily wipe out this planetary. I don't know if he's going to go further forward here. Now he's going to bum rush the tanks because if Terran's not absolutely paying attention here, there's just nothing. So funny they attacked the SCV for a second. If Terran's not paying attention, it's a funny, kind of like the first week you ever had StarCraft and you learned that, you know, tanks on their own aren't good.
Yeah.
GG, Dark takes that. In, again, a kind of dominating fashion. I mean, Dark is clearly in a different league from GuMiho. GuMiho looked good. I'm a little bit disappointed in Game 3 to see that he really wasn't able to find anything, do anything, versus Dark kind of got to a point where he tried to put on some pressure, then just stayed back and let Dark, you know, take over the map.
Yeah, I think he overcommitted a little bit on that Marauder tank push against the initial lurkers, and that was unfortunate. The thing is, he doesn't look bad. Dark is one of the very best players in the whole world.
Sure.
So I think GuMiho is coming back. I like some of his ideas for some of these later game mech builds, but yeah, I guess we'll see what he's got in GSL CEST Season 1 this year.
We're going to go to an interview now with Dark. Andy, go ahead.
Match 2 of the second day is also a 3-0 win. Dark defeats GuMiho and he moves on to the round of 8.
드래곤 피닉스 게이밍.
Alright, we're gonna have an interview with Dark of Dragon Phoenix Gaming.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Dark. Thank you.
자, 슈퍼토너먼트 2연속 8강에 성공을
So this is your second consecutive advancement to the Super Tournament round of 8. How do you feel?
8강은 뭐 당연히 올라가야.
Well, round of 8 is the round that I just have to go no matter what. So I'm not really overly happy.
경기만 좀 생각하고.
So I'm really focusing on my next round. Well, that was a much anticipated game against GuMiho.
링빙 공세를 3번이나 하셨는데.
So you went for the Link Banes 3 times in a row.
아예 극후만을 보고 버티는 그런 경기를 보여주셨잖아요.
And Dark, you showed great endurance in the last game as well.
오늘 좀 가위바위보 싸움이 심할 것 같아서.
Well, I felt like today it's gonna be a fierce battle of wits, paper scissors rock game.
오히려 좀 더 편했던 것 같아요.
So for me today, it was a comfortable game.
경기 스타일이 나에게는 편했다.
So you're saying GuMiho's playstyle was easy to deal with for you.
이기고 전순 빌드를 의심하면서 가난하게 시작했던.
So you did start off the game poor in terms of resources because you were aware of the enemy's battle cruisers, but that didn't come out.
상대에게 어떤 이야기 해주신다면.
So a 3-0 victory for you. What do you want to say to your opponent?
오늘 뭔가 경재형 평소 스타일과는 다르게.
Well, today it didn't feel like GuMiho's usual playstyle. He did come here overly standard. I expected something more. But he didn't go for more orthodox style, which was quite fortunate for me. Really.
상대는 변현우 선수인데요.
Your next opponent will be ByuN.
GSL 16강이나 해외 대회 이런 승리들을 통해서 자신감이 있으실 것
And
같아요.
last year you beat ByuN several times in foreign tournaments and domestic tournaments. Again, it's a bit of a mind game against ByuN.
짜증나요. 더럽게 하거든요.
So it's always kind of irritating playing against ByuN because he plays quite in a dirty style. So I'm gonna have a fierce paper scissors rock game with him.
자, 박영우 선수 2021년도 함께 돌아보겠습니다.
So ByuN, let's take a look at your 2021 year. So you had some very valuable accomplishments of that year. And you've had a long relationship with Maru and Rogue as well. So how do you want to spend this year of 2022? Well, last year I didn't have satisfactory results in my standard. I can truly say that I won if I beat Rogue and Maru. So this Super Tournament, I hope the brackets turn out well for me. So hopefully I can play against them in the round of 8 and round of 4, and eventually meet them in the finals too, if possible. My ultimate goal is to beat Maru and lift the trophy of this Super Tournament. So you're going to IM Katowice. So according to Maru, he says the Zerg is going to lift the trophy. So what do you think about that? The reason why Maru says that is because he's confident in the TVZ matchup. I know him so well. So I know him when he says that.
그렇게 받아들이면 되는 거군요. 작년 말에 영장이 날아와서 멘탈에 충격을
So last year you got the call from the military. So how are you feeling right now?
미안해요.
I'm just a little depressed because you mentioned that. Mentally I'm not too shaken. I mean, I have Katowice left, so I'm just focusing on that entirely right now. Okay, before you go, Dark, so anything you want to say to your GSL fans? Well, today the games lasted longer than I expected, so I'm not good at late games. Things were not going too well for me. My fingers were still kind of frozen because the weather's so cold. So in the next round, I hope to deliver some better performance. Once again, congratulations on your advancement, Dark. Thank you.
Two short series, Artosis. Coming up next, guys, Solar versus Creator. We're going to have a short little break, and when we come back, the second half of the day. Don't go away.
just smiling big at everybody. 2 more blocks and I'll be at your door. Overcome, brother, nothing keeps me melancholy. Spread my wings, so damn ready to soar. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. In my head, deep inside of my mind, I love you in a way that has been hard to define. Let's go out, let's go dancing tonight. Adrenaline is pumping, engines up for the flight. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light.
I think it's worth investing in when the feeling is mutual, when both parties are really excited, when, God, when there's like these little moments of magic.
Feels good, it fits right. We don't move too quick. Got hers, I get mine. We say, ooh, that's it. Say what I feel is a fact. She said she feel it right back. Got sentimental, locked the momentum. Said what I meant though. Yeah, I got what I give, can't block what it is, and I'm not one to trip or flake. If the plot got thick and we got off script, I won't just dip, I stay. Let the incense float out and defenses go down. Let the pot get big. If I lost my chips, I'll process it and say it's alright. That's life. Let those cycles twist. When the highs go dip, then I go ride. Hold tight. That's the risk we take. It's a trip we ought to make, and it's alright. That's life. Let those cycles twist. When the highs go dip, then I'll go ride. Hold tight. Yeah, that's the risk we take. It's a trip we ought to make, and it's alright.
I look for a seamless openness and conversation and vulnerability. Those are the things that make me feel connected to somebody.
You said don't knock walking. We spend all night locked in. Couldn't pick a movie, got too goofy, then hit pause on talking. Just a little vignette, cap with a little finesse, yeah. Laugh with the men on your breath, with the pen in your left and the other on my neck active. Make me wanna say and do big things, moving. Locking the tempo, walk through the rental after the pencil. Soothing past that, yeah. What's the plan? I know what's the new one.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
I think we should play the commercials in a loop a little bit more. What do you think, Artosis?
I would appreciate it.
I want...
Honestly, like, I'm excited about Super Tournament. I'm excited about the new Code S format and the year of StarCraft 2, but what I'm most excited about is that like a third of our commercials are new because we've been watching the same commercials for years.
It is a reminder.
So just have anything that's not exactly the same is amazing.
So we've got Solar versus Creator coming up next. Creator has improved. We were talking about some break Artosis. Creator's improved a little bit here, but I think anybody's going to say that Solar is the expected victor here.
Yeah, Solar. He was looking really good in the last Super Tournament that you missed.
Yeah.
He got his old aggressive style back a little bit, so I am leaning towards him. But I've liked Creator's play recently. Like, I mean, you look at that lineup of tournaments, and he's still not doing that well. But honestly, a lot of the games he's playing within these tournaments look very good. Like, he's not winning those important first rounds, but he's close. He's close. Yeah,
going into this best of 5 here. Maybe Creator takes a game or two off of Solar. The thing is, Solar is just so deadly. Again, I think he's certainly overshadowed by a lot of the other Zergs we have, but hey, Rogue's already out. Got Dark still in this bracket, of course, but I think Solar's a real threat here coming into this. We're starting this out on 2,000 atmospheres.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what type of style Creator's going to end up bringing in. As far as Solar goes, I want to see him play aggressively. Not too aggressively. Don't be attacking too much into Void Rays, but let's see it. Who do you think? You think Solar, like, easily, or
3-0 or 3-1, I think
3-0
Solar.
or 3-1?
But, Creator, he goes on tilt a lot. So let's see if he keeps his cool. I think if he's performing well, that'll then feed into the next game and the next game. But I think if we have a bumpy game from Creator, or one where it seems like he's hitting all his marks and then he falls apart, probably a bad sign for the other games to come.
Okay.
Game start. KaiZ Gaming, Solar.
Ooh.
Team NV, Creator.
Castles. Pylon on the high ground. All right, exciting. So this is already not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Cannon Rush, I think, right?
Gateway already.
Oh, okay.
The probe is tucked right down here in the corner, but the drone vision is not in range of that. So I think there's definitely some type of rush that's going to be activated here.
Yeah, for sure. It has to be. Oh my God, a drone comes to check.
Now, that was just a blip. That was a blip on the radar. That was a little bit.
He didn't see it.
A little bit careless, actually.
Yeah. And there's the forge. Wow.
Now, it's a funny thing, on certain maps you check for proxies all the time, and occasionally you get so caught up in the motions of that. I think what we had here was like he just sort of went by it and was almost too efficient with like having vision, but only for a split second, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That he didn't get the color blip on the mini map fast enough for his eyes to catch it.
It's a delayed Cannon Rush too, because the blip would have been there if there was a pylon already started, but there wasn't, so the probe blip doesn't remain.
That's right.
Crazy.
And so it's a funny timed out thing. Normally the Cannon Rushes are engineered so that they pan out perfectly, like you don't have enough time to predict it, but in this case you stop looking for it, and that's where the strength of this comes from.
Yeah, this is super cool. Dude, Solar's gonna lose the hatch. The hatch is done. And Creator is teching up rather quickly with this because it is a delayed cannon rush. Right, Roach Warren is on the way, so I mean that's going to be pretty standard follow-up.
And you know, where does the game really go from here is the question. You know, tech-wise, having the gas already, this is pretty convenient. Solar won't overextend with his lings because obviously 4 lings are not going to do anything to this. So, you know, you need to figure out, all right, are you going to try to counterattack or are you going to try to take out the cannons? What exactly is the plan here? Now, the hatchery can't be saved. Yeah. That's long gone, which obviously really hiccups the production here. Again, Protoss teching behind this and not fast expanding means there's ways that Zerg can try to match this.
Oh. What is it? That's interesting. Okay, I was wondering if he was going to like try to dart up the ramp or something, but there's a Stargate being made at the home base, so any Roach counterattack is absolutely not going to work.
Right, just make a Void Ray and drive that out.
And
so
look, he even sees the Roach pop out, so that's,
yeah.
This is like all the information that he needs. Creator is massively ahead.
Now he's going to go into Ravagers here, but you know, that's fine for trying to take out the cannon rush or the, you know, the kind of outpost that the Protoss has now. But I'm curious to see, you know, how exactly does Solar plan on getting, you know, back into this game and having any kind of way to compete with the Protoss. You know, a lot of times Protosses try to trip up the Zergs and then finish them off with a timing. I mean, already we've got Solar limping through this game. The Nexus also starting now, so shortly here, we're going to see him actually up a base. The Protoss ahead of the Zerg in this case in development.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to have an Oracle fly over. Another Oracle is on the way right now, so we'll see what type of damage he can get there as well. Throws down the hatchery as he busts those front 2 cannons. Creator was a little bit frustrated with himself, I saw, when he lost that scouting probe. All right, now just diving on the drones. Let's see how many he actually ends up killing. Dude, not bad.
Yeah.
5 drones.
Creator's playing out of his mind, to be honest. Now, the final cannon has been killed off here. The battery obviously falls shortly after that. But, I mean, with the Oracle pressure, the fact that this Nexus now is done, this is an amazing position now for Creator. But Solar's a very crafty player. We got to see exactly how he'll be handling this from here on out.
Oracle coming over. 2 now, getting ready to dive in, and Void Ray is on the way. That Robo is about to finish as well. Oh man, the Queens were out of position. It gets worse and worse for Solar here. Spore comes up, a nice tag as he backs out. Having to kill his own Forge here for some circulation.
Yeah, he had himself sealed off there earlier on to be safe in case there was any counter aggression, but now, you know, he's in really much more of a development stage. There's 3 Ravagers coming across the map. Luckily for Solar, these Lings see the Void Ray, so he'll know to turn around.
Yeah, don't want to be losing stuff with the Void Ray trying to chase you down. Oracle's just kind of sweeping around, checking for possible 3rds, 4ths, etc. Immortal on the way right now for Creator. I mean, he's definitely shored himself up against any possible incoming attacks. I wonder what the next stage of his plan is, though. Gets another 6 drones, which is very nice. Ah, maybe into Disruptor.
Not a bad idea with the comp right now that Solar's working with. But Solar's steadily building up here. And you got to be careful when you're playing the way that Creator is. You know, if he screws up and drops a unit or 2 here or there, or doesn't get a good exchange, then I think, you know, Solar's going to be okay. But honestly, in this, not even just in this game, in this series, this is the best that Creator could have asked for a start.
For sure.
And, you know, we've casted Creator's games enough times here to know that, you know, he's a little bit of the tragic hero of GSL at times. He's been here since, you know, day 1 of GSL. But, you know, is oftentimes, well, actually pretty much every time, unable to really get, you know, as far along as he wants. He has a lot of games that he kind of bungles, or things are going his way and it doesn't work out. So it's exciting to see things at this good of a start. You know, we were mentioning before the series started, if he can have a really good game 1, maybe that'll feed into and empower him here in game 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what he opened with doesn't really show anything about his style either. right? That's kind of a nice thing. Like, we don't actually know what he's going to be going for throughout, and that's going to put Solar on a little bit of the defense. He saw that there's a very tricky cannon rush out there. There might be more tricky stuff. Now, Prism's speed is on the way. Just a little bit of dropping there with the initial Prism. He's going to go back and grab 2 Disruptors here very shortly, no doubt. A lot of Lings being made.
Seeing that Disruptor.
It's kind of funny seeing that. As, like, normally you have a wall there, right? So, like, nothing gets in. But this is... It's been such an odd opener, right? He's got, like, a cannon there. So it is... I mean, 20 Lings are out in the map. You might be able to get a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, because of the way the game started out, the SimCity and setup is completely different. So, I mean, you're totally right. I mean, he might be able to just run in, let's say, to the natural with a bunch of Lings and just kill off a bunch of stuff. We did have the Warp Prism on the map. I'm sorry, where is this Warp Prism now? I actually can't find it anymore. We saw it on... Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's in between the third,
not
the second and the fourth, really.
Yeah, and we actually have a Spire coming up. So I do believe that this will be a switch into Mutas.
I think it's a smart move.
I definitely think so too. This is so it's so robo heavy right now.
Well, that's the only vulnerability really that he has, and it's a funny thing that can happen with Stargate tech is you get the Void Ray and you're like, good, everything's fine, and then just because you can't be killed by the initial Roach Ravager tech doesn't mean that a full flip switch into mass mute that'll just blindside you. You have no Phoenixes other than the hallucinated ones on the map. You don't have a lot of Stalkers. We see the number that he's got now. It's not bad.
Okay.
It's more than I thought. So we saw more trickle down there. But if he can get enough Mutas, he can just run this over.
Well, here he comes. 10 Mutas are going to be hatching here pretty shortly. He definitely has enough Stalkers to deal with them for now.
Let's watch these Disruptor shots, because if he can get some juicy ones, that one misses. If he can just take out a couple chunks of Roach Ravager, it's going to be huge. The Mutas have hatched now.
I don't think he has enough quite yet.
Yeah, I don't think he's got enough to come in here. Creator kind of caught me off guard with how many Mutas he got. Stalkers with how many he got before this came out. Now the Warp Prism goes down, so what you see from the Protoss is what you're going to get. Where Zerg can keep remaking, but even with this number of Stalkers, they're still fighting against these Mutalisks pretty well, while the core army here from Creator is beginning to push in and do quite a bit of damage here to Solar.
Yeah, the Mutas do end up killing off those Stalkers on the other side. Mostly Roaches and Ravagers being produced, though. This is going to be pretty much the end of these Mutalisks. Can you actually break through this army? I don't think so. I mean, this was a very excellent try from Solar to come back from such a tough opener, but it just isn't going to work.
No, Solar's dead, and this all goes back to that really smart cannon rush early on. GG Creator takes the first game. Is this a sign of things to come? Again, he's probably not going to get a surprise cannon rush off again. But he played a very clean game execution-wise post the surprise attack, the ambush with the cannon rush.
Yeah, and that was really cool too because the drone did blip the probe.
Yeah,
but Solar was not paying that much attention. What he's looking for specifically is a pylon anyways.
Yeah.
And you will just notice that on your mini-map before you take any damage. So
with Fog of War, that any structure becomes a permanent marker on the map until you see that it's not there, where obviously a worker doesn't. So, yeah, I mean, it's like technically he could have seen it, but he would have to be looking for a unit, which he wasn't.
Yeah. So Creator catches him there. Curious Mind's going to be map number 2. We'll see if Creator can pick up another victory. I tell you, I want to see him just go into some nice, solid play after that.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. Game 2 is up. Solar vs. Creator continues on.
Game start.
Game pause.
Oh, not game. Game pause. How about that? Not game start.
Get out of here, Tasteless.
Game pause.
Creator saying, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad.
Certainly not his real dad, no.
Just not his real dad.
You're not my real dad.
Like, yeah, no, you're just his stepdad. I thought we weren't going to tell people you married his mom, but I mean, here we are.
Looks like something's up over at the computer. I don't know what the deal is. We'll have our staff check it out.
Yeah,
see what the next steps are.
I got to say, I was kind of thinking about this before it started, what I would like to see out of Creator here tonight. Here's what I do not want to see is, like, gateway timing attacks. I feel like that's where Solar is going to be pretty darn strong because Solar gets pretty aggressive anyways. He doesn't overdrone
Yeah, he's
very
oftentimes
often.
looking for a fight anyways. So when you do a gateway timing attack, he's like, oh, I'm going to kill that instead of a base? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think an aggressive style like that is you're not going to match up well. Whereas I think a more defensive play, like if he goes into just like Void Ray third base, maybe 2 Stargate Void Ray type of plays, and has an Oracle out kind of looking for any cheesiness coming at him. I think that type of play could do very well for Creator. I think if he grinds like that for the rest of the series, he could pick up 2 more maps, absolutely.
Sure. You could see Solar basically waiting, wondering what exactly the issue is. Creator says
his computer's
his
lagging.
Computer's lagging. So they're going to restart it.
All right. Well, hopefully that fixes it.
So we'll be hopping back into this game shortly.
Can you, when there's, because lag, I feel like lag is felt and not seen as much. Do you know what I mean? I always wonder, like when I'm streaming or something, and it's lag that because you can see some lag when it like literally stutters.
Right.
And then other lag, I'm like, I don't know if people can actually see this, but I can feel it with, the
well,
way.
it's also
you know what
possible, like, something's bugging with the program, and it's not lag at all, but it's like things are getting choppy over there.
I guess that would probably count as lag, though, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what if I was him, that's what I would say to the ref to describe the situation. But I don't know. This happens sometimes. A little bit of kind of intensity felt here in the studio. Creator kind of.
It would be funny if it's like he's like, oh, my computer's lagging. The ref comes over and he's like, it's lagging for your opponent too, and he unpauses the game. It's like, no, that's not.
I'm trying to think of all the unfair treatment of players like pre-StarCraft 2 when like the real esports boom globally happened. And I remember going to a tournament. I think you were at the same tournament, but they had computers set up with tablecloth.
Oh, yeah.
On for the players, and I'm like, well, I can't play with a tablecloth here, and they're like, you have to, and I'm like, I can't put a mouse down on a mouse pad and move it.
Yeah, no, it moved
like,
everything. I remember that.
Yeah.
I had an argument with the ref there. It was so funny. He was threatening to kick me out.
Yeah, DQ me. Like,
yeah, no, there's been some rough ones like that for sure.
But luckily, we've got a pro staff down here. We've got a couple more people behind here to check and confirm that his computer's not going to lag. But usually these things get resolved pretty quickly here at the studio. Again, Creator playing a really amazing game 1, but so much of that is just the surprise of the cannon rushes. It is probably one of the easiest games.
It was an off-timed one for sure.
Yeah, it's once the cannons finish and the hatchery is doomed to be destroyed, it's one of the easier pro games to navigate from there, if not the easiest. So, again, we want to see how Creator performs in a more fluid environment where Solar isn't just caught off guard right at the start. But I think a good build order choice, that's a great way to play a best of 5 is to kind of have an ambush attack, an unusual one at a weird time in the game to throw them off. And, if that's 1 notch on his belt, he gets 2 more, he goes to the round of 8.
Yeah, and the opening map, too. That's always nice if you can win with a cheese on map 1. It's the best way to win map 1.
All right, we are ready to go back into the map Curious Minds. This is game 2. The restart, we're going to go resume from replay a few seconds into the game, and we'll be starting this out. Solar here in the top left, Curious in the bottom right. Right now, Creator with a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Our ref is counting them in, and we're ready to go.
We're resuming from replay for a game that was like 1 second old.
That's how legit we are here.
Dude. It's like, well, I don't want to give up my top left spawn. Okay. I understand.
So, this time, Pylon over here at the natural.
Team NV.
Signaling a more normal game here from Creator, at least so far. Growing the mustache in here. I like it.
Everyone should have a mustache.
You need to get your mustache back, Artosis. That's the only time I met the true Artosis was when you had a mustache. Everything else is like this other weird version of you that I know that's not the real you.
Yeah. My whole life is a lie, Taste.
Yeah, the whole thing is like just a
I
little
was
bit
only
off. I'm
really
in the wrong
myself for a
timeline.
month.
The correct timeline that I'm in is one where you always had the mustache.
Yeah.
Like many things in my life, I'm in the wrong timeline right now.
Me too, Taste. But all the timelines are wrong for me. They say infinite universes, but it seems like in none am I the ASL champion.
So this time around, we've got the hatchery where the third base normally goes. Pool and gas are coming. Creator is going to have a Nexus, or he's having a Nexus, I should say, warped in over here. So definitely going to be a different game.
Yeah, I guess standard openers. And again, I really would like to see some Stargate openers here from Creator. He starts trying to get aggressive and fancy and stuff, and there's just roaches and ravagers waiting for him because Solar wants to attack generally. That's Solar's strongest suit by far. He's much worse at reactive macro games than ZVP. So we'll see if Creator has chosen strategies like that or not. We're going to see just momentarily here as the Starbreak score is about to finish. Does he start that Warp Gate, or do we see a Stargate go down right away? Warp Gate, okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to go for that Stargate, but I think he's not. I think we're going to see like a Twilight here. He's going to make a bunch of Adepti boys and not kill that many drones. There it is.
Yeah, that could be there. There it is. Twilight Council.
Grand Protosses, man. They cannot help themselves.
Yeah.
They love
They're like, well, here's the thing about Adapt. Is I can be like going this way, but then I go whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah.
And now I'm going there, and it's like, what are you going to do?
I'm like, do you have good Adept micro? They're like, yeah. I'm like, no, you don't. It's a tactical unit. It doesn't have any micro.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually not a very microable unit.
I'm like, so when is the last time that this won a tournament? It's like, well, 3 Katowices ago, Zest almost beat Rogue with it. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, that's cool, yeah. Let's keep doing this build.
Protoss have always been a little bit strained, I think, for like ways to punish.
I'll shut my fat mouth.
Shut
faces.
your face, Artosis.
All right.
My
hey,
God.
I'm down for this. You want to give me a new Blink opener? Okay, let's go.
Well, there's a very microable unit. Now, when you show one soccer, though, you gotta ask yourself, is this telegraphing too much my intentions?
Well, yeah, it is kind of like a, hey, I'm not going Stargate unit.
Sure.
But then some people started making it with the Stargate to try to be like, hey, I'm not going Stargate. But actually they were.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, I actually
They're smiling, but they're showing all their teeth when they do it. I'm not going Stargate.
They show all their teeth and they smile. Not just the tops, not just the bottoms,
all
all of them. You know that looks fake, right?
Yeah.
What looks fake? You're not fooling anybody. This is such a stupid idea. I love it.
All right, Roach Warren coming in.
So hold on,
but
is
this
this
really
a 5-gate blink prism?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very microable.
Oh wait, it's 6-gate blink prism. Okay.
But you know, certainly there's a lot of assets here for the Protoss here when it comes to the fight that's coming in here. Again, only one Stalker shown.
And he takes the gas that's nearby, so he is trying to show that.
Yeah. He's trying to disguise this as best he can. We've got 20 Lings and Roaches coming here. So it's really going to come down to how much damage can you eke out first blinking and then eventually juggling with the Warp Prism. Ravagers are coming, so another thing to keep in mind when you watch the fight is the Warp Prism shot down by the Ravagers? Because if it is, that pretty much means that Zerk is going to hold this off in the next minute or two.
Now, is Creator going to be in trouble? He does have these very microable Stalkers.
Yeah.
But it's very clear that Solar was getting ready for an attack, right? So he has a ton more units than what Creator is probably expecting.
Now the Lings come in. He decides to be pretty safe here. Keep in mind the Protoss is going to have to march on to creep in order to actually start to do any real damage. So I don't think there's any incentive for Solar to attack just yet. Instead, he wants to be as patient as possible. Stalkers come up. Pretty good control here. Blinks back one Stalker, a little bit bruised. But the Ling's now coming from behind. And okay. And the problem is that this is a lot of kills, actually. I was going to say damage, but then the biles came down. And
dude, it's bad. It's real bad.
And the issue from here is that, you pretty much stalled out tech on anything else. because you were hoping to do that damage. And honestly, you know, Solar kind of showing why we don't see that attack more often. I think against a greedier Zerg, maybe this is more effective.
Yeah.
Maybe you do catch someone like Dark being a little bit too, you know, confident in just development.
If someone's droning heavily, you can do very well.
Sure.
But yes, this is why I was talking about how like Stargate openers are going to be good, because this is Solar's style. This is where he excels, and Creator played into it this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are not going to do anything against that many lings. All right, well, I did kill a Zergling. Okay. I just have to do that a lot more times.
Now chasing back these workers. You know, this is something to at least try to keep the Zerg, you know, defending. Killing drones is never a bad idea. Dark Shrine as well is coming. But I just worry for Creator's sake that now we're in a position where it's going to be very hard to have anything really pronounced happen on the map for him. It's going to be hard to get a third base. It's certainly going to be very hard to try to push into the Zerg. Zerg's also played, I think, a very tight game. Solar's not just run and grab to fourth base. Instead, he's really continued to macro up. I think in a weird way, although this, you know, attack here from, Creator can definitely catch a Zerg off guard, I think it's also simplified the game for Solar unintentionally.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I think that it should be a game where Zerg sets up to basically take out this third base. Maybe Solar plays even more conservative than that, but, you know, he's just not going to get too greedy. We have a Spire coming here, and gas is banking up now for the Zerg, so, you know, it's going to be a pretty scary army coming here for Solar.
Yeah, but we do have some Colossi being added in. Thermal Lance is on the way, so we should be seeing at least like 3 Colossus, I guess. You know, Creator's at least keeping him like slightly busy. I'm interested to see if he's actually going to make a big clump of mutas here or not. He tries to stop those lings. They do get the shield battery. Just a little bit of harassment going on by Solar.
And Zerg's still just in the waiting game here. Now we've got almost 11k gas here. Or 1.1k gas, excuse me. You know what I mean. 1100 gas coming on the Spire, so that's going to be a lot of mutas now.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty cool choice. Like, there are a lot of Blink Stalkers out right now. The mutas can do harassment, though, and I mean, realistically, you could go into a mass mutalist composition. There's no Stargate, so you're not going to get super hard countered on the mutas, and you kind of force weird base trade situations if you do that. Now, one thing I like for Creator, if this turns into heavy muta, which I don't think it's actually going to, but if it does, he already has a Dark Shrine. And Dark Shrine is like great in base trades. He can add Archons in, so his army is kind of untouchable.
Sure.
So I'm not actually that worried about these mutas other than their harassment potential.
I also want to see what happens when the attack initially hits here. Like, we've got two DTs coming in, and then immediately are morphed into an Archon. If he doesn't have at least one Archon there, he'd be in a whole lot of trouble.
In the trap. Okay, turns around. Muta's not going to do anything for now. Angelus Den Infestation Pit coming up here for Solar. Solar maxed out now. Oh, that's...
Whoa! That's huge, actually. So the setup to have the Stalkers further inland is very intentional, because then when the mutas think, or really when Solar thinks he's safe over there, he'll pull in further, and you blink right underneath, and it's a lot of damage. But here comes the main attack now. No mutas here at all, and we saw no key units from Creator picked off. Not a Colossus, not an Archon, nothing.
Yeah, kind of the latest overcharge in the world there at the back, but I guess it doesn't matter. He's holding on very, very well. Lurker tech is coming. So Lurkers, I mean, that's tricky, even with Colossus to break Lurkers. They have the same range, so something you got to watch out for after those upgrades are done.
Very tight game here. 3 base to 4. Zerg really trying to take the fight here to the Protoss. Again, the blink is proving to be, you know, very good in moments like this. You can get your shots off with the Stalkers and then just pull back into safety.
By the way, this is a slightly improved July Zerg creep spread from Solar.
Yeah.
For people who don't remember back then, July Zerg, one of the legends of Brood War, made it to a GSL Finals, and he would not spread creep.
Or he had like
other
one
than
creep tumor.
One creep tumor went in a line towards his opponent to attack, and that was it.
Yeah, it was so funny. Old StarCraft 2, man.
Yeah. Okay, Vipers are being made, Lurkers are being made, but Creator is marching forward. He's got a really large army, a very strong army. The Biles are actually murdering right now. Fantastic Biles, really connecting a lot.
Yeah, actually Creator eating a lot of shots here.
Yeah, he is just ignoring Biles at this point.
I think this is actually getting to a point where it's a little bit scary how many Biles are connecting, though. The Lurkers are out.
Yeah, the Lurkers are going to be scary because Lurkers really shred Stalkers. Like, Stalkers cannot fight Lurkers at all, and you know, obviously the Colossi even are not the greatest counter against them. So, yeah, Disruptors start to get created here by Creator.
So far, I gotta say, Creator's you know, positioning's very good. He's still chipping away at this hatchery. It's got a lot more health before we can really say it's going to be picked off here. But again, he's got to keep dodging these Biles. We have a few more stray Biles connecting. And now he targets down the hatchery. A huge victory. Dude, Creator's playing out of his mind here.
He's playing some fantastic StarCraft.
And this is exactly what he wants to do. You want to just try to not overextend. Oh, I was about to say don't blink on the Lurkers. Literally, I was about to say that. Just stay back. His fourth is denied, so things aren't going perfectly. But ideally what he wants to do is slowly navigate this army over here towards the center left. In the center left, there's another base. You pick that off. Keep poking the eye out on the Zerg. Just don't let them get anything economically too strong. And you don't have to ever fully engage. Now, I'm not so sure about this split here.
I gotta say though, Creator's playing so well here.
And if
his
he
initial
wins
attack was so poor and did absolutely nothing, but he has just kind of grinded it back in. He's defending everything well. He got a good timing attack off.
Blink in the main, I think, is coming.
Yeah, at least a few.
I think he wants. Yeah, there we go. All right, he's gonna say he wants to blink the rest of this up here, and if he can get a force field on the ramp or even shoot a disruptor like that, bam!
Oh my God, that disruptor hit. Just dirty.
Now,
Solar comes up the ramp. He still has a big, scary army, and this is still mostly Blink Stalkers against Lurkers. But Creator is doing intense amounts of damage.
Yeah, again, he just doesn't want to take too much damage from the Lurkers, but this game may nearly be over. You know, the problem with the Lurkers is they can't be everywhere at once. And so the main is going to go down here, all these drones, all this tech. And the Creator looks like he's about to be one win away from going on to the round of 8 against Solar. Now, Solar tried to match him in a real macro game here. But honestly, I mean, you know, Creator has played just amazingly. And taking the Hive-Ad is huge.
It is. That fourth Nexus can't seem to get up. Oh, maybe they'll actually get it this time, so that's really good.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit of attention. Now, I should point out that this was not, the end part of this was not executed as cleanly as I thought it would be. I was really expecting, like, for instance, when you kill the Hive off, you also need to kill all the tech structures, like stop Lurker tech and stuff like that. Even killing the pool is a nice resetter.
Yeah, anything is great.
But again, I think that there's almost no way that Solar wins, but I just want to point out, like, maybe Solar can, like, you know, in Die Hard Bruce Willis almost bleeding to death the whole time, maybe come back.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine because he still has the Lurkers, but there's double Robo out right now.
Yeah.
He's getting, like, mass observers. He has a good amount of disruptors. He still has a Colossi. That doesn't matter. It's not useful at this point, but he can pump out Immortals as well. Like, Creator's got this. He's got this. It's his game to lose now. I got to tell you, what a nice recovery after just his Blink Stalker attack does just nothing.
Kind of a wild game, you know, to see. Is it 2 Hider Dens?
Was it?
I thought I saw that. But yeah, kind of funny to see Solar try to, you know, double down on the aggression and the patience of Creator to just hold off until he has a more sophisticated tech. You know, it's a great way to deal with, especially a lot of Roach Ravager, is to just, you know, not fully engage it, play defensive, because you're going to have better units later on. Now, it's going back into 4-base versus 4-base.
I like this. Drops the Immortal in to pick off some of these buildings, going after that Lurker Den. A Warp in as well to make sure that he can get it. Then the Immortal kills all the roaches and then the other buildings. It's like,
oh, okay. Forgot how good that thing is. Looks like he's not going to be able to take out the spawning pool. Now, again, you know, Creator's always been a little bit of a shaky player. And I think we've seen parts of this game in the late game, no exception. I mean, he was a little bit sloppy with that, you know, what I thought was going to be the final attack, not cleanly blinking in and out of the main.
Sure. But these type of low econ situations, Blink Stalkers become so ridiculous because you can just micro them to death. It's, you know, Blink Stalkers are bad against huge amounts of units. But in small fights, they beat just about everything.
Ooh, that's a lot of lurker shots. You got to be careful. Very good reactions here from Solar. Zips away with those lurkers. You know, it's a funny game because, like, we literally saw Zerg pretty much without a main. 2 bases. He's now back up to almost 5. But it's just a moment where we can finally see Creator kind of break through this. He struggled with the lurkers up here, but damn, really nice disruptor shot. And then another attack over here. Whoa, I don't see it. Oh, there is an obs over here. Okay.
Pretty good defense from Solar, moving everything up, but I mean, can you defend everything?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? 3 Immortals over here and Roach Ravager. That hatchery goes down as well.
Solar with so little left over. He's doing a good job considering. Two armies of Creator, both withdrawing at the moment. Solar is expanding again. Like, I mean, he's doing a great job with very little.
And now we see like a 360 degrees coming around here, surrounding the lurkers, and this should be the final few moments of this game. The disruptor shots wipe the lurkers out, and from there a counterattack is pretty easy. GG. Creator takes game 2. Are we going to be on our 3rd 3-0?
It's hard to imagine that Solar can't take a map off of Creator, but Creator played that, like, the fact that he got, like, his build basically got super countered, and then he just kind of grinded it back in. Like, he did a very good job. He kept Solar somewhat busy. He turtled hard enough that Solar's, like, Ling Ravager-based army was not really able to do any counter damage, and I mean, greatly done. Fantastic game from Creator. Solar's going to have to step it up now, which is not what I thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised. I'm very happy for Creator. You know, I mean, I think you're right in what you said, that he's certainly capable of winning one more game. These have been funny-looking games, to be honest. The fact that Creator completely failed with the Stalker timing and then basically grinded it out into a win is pretty crazy.
Yeah, very well done. That, like, if you covered up who that was, I might guess that's Trap or something.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Wow. KaiZ Gaming, Solar.
Is dog map funny to you?
No, it's not the dog map. I was thinking that last
map.
game, and like if you cover up the names, and you're like, who is this? I'm like, it's Trap, except like when he was killing Solar's main, he was on the phone also.
Yeah, it's Trap, but he only has 3 fingers on each hand.
For some reason, there's a swarm of mosquitoes around his head that he's trying to deal with while he kills Solar's main.
By the way, expansion denial forced into the 2nd base now, where the 3rd normally is.
Do you smell Adept's tasteless?
I mean, it could be a sign of what's to come. Let's see. You know, the Cannon Rush, I mean, it's a completely appropriate choice for one game in a best of 5. And then, you know, the game 2 was a funny-looking one. You know, both sides kind of doubled down on powering. And then ultimately, you know, in kind of almost this giant arm wrestling match, finally Creator barely won. And then the game kind of sputtered out of control, and then eventually Creator reclaimed control of it and ended it. But let's see what happens here. The problem for Solar is that he doesn't have a lot of room for risk anymore. You know, you can get a little bit experimental. You can do a kind of an all-in to catch him off guard. When the best of 5 series has already gone so badly. It's very tough.
Yeah.
To kind of play a perfect series from there on out.
It is, and a lot of people fall back into more reactive styles that can deal with everything there. Although, to be honest, I think the very best championship players, Rogue would not hesitate to do a drone pull 12 pool.
Oh yeah,
just something absolutely insane.
Well, I think at the
Dark,
highest,
Maru, Rogue, these guys would do anything in this game.
I think at the highest level play, they're so good at the build order poker game that they basically call out the other player's build and will hard counter it. It is kind of a fascinating thing, selecting and opening and build orders and reactive styles and kind of a best of 5 or a best of 7 and how that all pans out.
Well, we have the Stargate, which is what I really wanted to see from Creator. Honestly, if he plays 3 macro Void Ray games here, I guarantee you he'll win at least one.
I think so.
I think that build against Solar specifically is good, and then just doing it 3 times in a row, you're going to pick one up at Creator's level.
So the Adept is doing a little bit of scouting here. And I don't think we're going to have a timing here. You don't want to count it out just because there's a Stargate opening. I mean, keep in mind that occasionally you can show a Void Ray and kind of try to telegraph to the opponent that you're playing a conservative game and then blindside them with that. And that's certainly something that's up Creator's alley.
Dude, not bad damage. 3 drones for 1 Adept, and the Adept gets out as well? That's...
The Adept went to the Zerg's fridge and drank out of the milk jug?
Oh my
God.
God.
Put it back?
There was a sandwich that Solar had in his fridge that said Solar on it.
Yeah.
And he ate it.
And then he opened up a can of beans and microwaved it and forgot about it and left it in the microwave.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He used some bread, but didn't put the bread tie back on the bag so the bread got hard.
Yeah, instead he kind of rolled it up half-assed and put the bread upside down, and it's that's not going to help.
That does help.
A little bit.
It does help.
I do that sometimes.
But if the bread gets a little bit hard, suddenly he has to eat French toast for breakfast.
He's
That's not what he wanted.
I have a toasted sandwich. I didn't want that.
Yeah. Second Stargate. This is exactly what I wanted to see from him. Creator, man. Playing very nicely.
Void Ray is going to be able to be over here and protect this. Now, when the Protoss plays like this, it does open the map up for the Zerg a little bit, assuming that the Zerg goes in that direction where you can really start to kind of play a competitive macro game. You're both grabbing resource locations on the map and powering up.
Oh, nice little recall there. No sense in wasting them if the drones got pulled. Void Ray going to fly up, get a little bit of scouting. No reason to stay there either. Roach Warren is about to finish that layer. Almost halfway done. And he's going to try to put on some harassment with these Adepts. Might actually work. There's not really that much out here, right? A few Queens, a few Lings, but not a lot. 18 Lings being hatched. And if he just goes home right now with those Adepts, he brings the Adepts out, he forces a bunch of Lings. That could have been 9 drones, but instead it's Zerglings. And if he just sits at home right now, he's unkillable. And look at this, he's making a 3rd Stargate? Oh my God.
Yeah, this is looking pretty fearsome.
Dude, he's just this looks so good for Creator right now.
The Queen can't actually get away. This will start to stack, man. Queens are your only real defense against the Void Rays. He gets 2 now, and he kites the 3rd one away. And,
oh my God.
It's funny, when that first Queen went down, it really does become a huge issue because you need the transfuses, the symbiosis of that with the different Queens, with the different transfuses. The 4 Void Rays are looping around.
Oh, man.
Now, there's a Spore here, but a Spore alone...
That'll pop in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what he goes for and turns it on. Oh, the Queen's coming up,
though, a little bit.
Yeah, he was a little bit slow on that, but you know what? That's fine. It's fine. He got another Queen. He's got to be happy with this still.
Yeah, no, it's a serious amount of damage.
Yeah, and he got 7 drones during that while we were watching the Void Rays do their thing.
And Void Rays are coming out 3 at a time here. Development is looking pretty good. Creator really came in prepared, man.
Yeah, looking very, very strong right now. I'm really happy to see a strong Creator, but after the last Super Tournament where Solar hit a top 4, which he hasn't done anything like that in a while, Like, I was very happy to see Solar back in form, right?
Yeah.
But this series not going so well for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're seeing little units get picked off here and there. And, you know, one thing about the Void Rays is, you know, if you can get the count high enough, the damage does become insane. Especially when you really, you know, activate them and the damage starts to spike up incredibly. So the hatchery does finish at 12.
Always make sure when you're fighting queens to turn on your Void Rays so you can frustrate your opponent who now knows you have no idea what that actually does.
Here we go. Oh!
Yeah, it's a lot of queens. Decent amount of energy here, too. Does turn around. I like the turnaround. You don't have to fight that right now. This is not the thing that has to happen for you to win this
I don't
game.
think you need to force it.
No, you don't. And, like, something going wrong and losing these Void Rays is actually how you lose this game.
But he's been very patient. I mean, the Void Rays can basically roam the map freely. You're not able to hide Overlords anywhere, have spotterlings or scouting roaches or any of that. Now, what's very important is behind this, you develop enough of an army that you can actually start to take them to task. Now, 3 Infestors are about to hatch.
It's a good choice. Have some Infestors around so that the Void Rays can get punished. Void Ray speed going to be coming up, +1. Carriers on the way. Looks like he's going towards Disruptor Tech as well. That's going to be a pretty good counter against Queens and against Infestors.
Protoss Death Ball inbound here. Nice little run-in with the Oracle. Oh,
man.
That's the thing, man. Is there enough transfuses in the world?
No.
I don't think so. And
Does he have a
really,
recall?
I think he will when he gets far enough away. He might even want to try to kill the pool or something up here. What? Oh.
Oh, damn. Miscalculated.
Can he go for the Spire?
Oh, there's the fungal. That's okay, though.
Yeah. Yeah, you just recall it. Or leave them there.
Gotta right-click for days. Some Corruptors and Vipers being made right now. The scouting overseer sees that it is carriers coming. Waiting for that recall. Ultralisk Cavern coming as well, so it looks like we might end up seeing a little bit of Dark style coming out from Solar. This is something that Dark has kind of pioneered out here, the Ultralisk-based Sky Toss counter.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. Keep in mind that at this point in time, the Protoss is about to actually be ahead in bases against the Zerg.
Wow.
The bottom left base is being taken, and you know, when you have Mass Void Ray, especially in mid-game, the Zerg doesn't get to scout very easily. And so I don't know if Solar even knows that that's been taken. So, I mean, this is a tough game for Solar right now, no doubt. You know, the hatchery there was picked off. It's only just now going to finish. We see 6 gateways wrapping up here. Templar Tech coming in, Zealot Speed about to finish. I mean, you know, Creator is almost done teching. Yeah, Creator almost has every upgrade that you would ever need. The ability to make any set of units that he sees fit, which is funny because a lot of times it's a Zerg that gets into that position. They bank up enough larvae, but if you have that many gates, that many Stargates, the mothership is coming.
He's getting into such good shape here. He even has that Templar Archives done now, so we can get into Psystorm. So it's like Psystorm, Disruptor, Mothership, Carrier. He's got anything and everything that he wants. Now, we'll see how good Solar is playing this Ultralisk-based game. It feels like Creator's play here is just a bit too strong. He like, Solar needs to clear Creator's army pretty darn efficiently, then kill like 2 bases. You know, that's how Solar can win this.
He needs to win on so many different levels. And Creator has played like just such a clean game from start to finish. And it's kind of crazy to see how in game 1 it was, you know, a cannon rush, it pretty much won it, and then clean play. Game 2, you know, he tried to kind of catch him off guard, but then, you know, stayed back. Game 3, I mean, he's playing like a champion, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's shown a real range of different styles, and they're all working out incredibly.
It's so good to see because this guy has been playing since the very beginning and was really good and then fell way off, and people almost never come back after that. Like, this guy couldn't make it into GSL for a long time, and now he's actually playing like one of the best Protosses out here.
Absolutely.
His
heart's always been there, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are these? No! The Independence Day movie. I gotta go. Hatchery goes down.
He tries to recall. Hey, he's gonna actually whore out. Nice. Not bad.
Where'd they go? Archon's being morphed over here. I mean, we're, again, almost done with upgrades on both sides. I mean, there's not much left to get after this.
Yeah, it's most of the tech upgrades are going to be done, and then it's just finishing out your 3-3 stuff.
I love leaving the DT here.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice.
just kind of keep the Zerg and that little triangle on the map.
By the way, we see even an Immortal being made, so that shows another way in which Creator is prepared for this. You know, against this kind of dark style, the Ultras can be a problem. So I actually like it when people add in some anti-Ultra here.
Yeah, we see the Void Rays rushing in here. This is actually a supply dump. Oh, nice. Basically, you know, when you're maxed out, you need to you want to spend some money. Oh my God, he's gonna get the Greater Spire.
Yeah, and look at that, attacking into the Spores and Queens during all of this as well. Some Psy Storms going down.
The Zealots are just so short, the Spores can't get the Martosis.
Yeah, it's the greatest counter. Oh, kill it! Kill it!
Wait, no, don't go back.
Did he get it?
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back.
Ooh, the Fungals. Well,
Ooh,
the Chain
nice
Fungling
storms.
doing a pretty decent job here, but it looks like the Storms will start to push everything back a little bit.
We need to figure out if he still has a Greater Spire or not, man.
Well, I don't think Brood Lords are the main thing we're worried about right now in this game.
I need the closure.
All right,
okay,
so
the
clears out all the interceptors. The carriers have to run.
Carries are flying duds, but you know, there's so much that's happening in so many different parts of the map.
BT Blink not quite done. Oh my God, he's attacking his own hatchery.
So, I mean, barely Solar's survived here. We're looking at the incomes right now, and they both basically spent all their money. There's a pretty incredible amount of gas banked up right now. But hatcheries have been wiped here as well, and it's kind of a funny switch. We had mass air fleet coming through and doing just a crazy amount of damage, and then he switched to DT and Stalker and has been sniping a lot. Wow, that was crazy. Blinks onto the Ultra, kills it, and then turns into an Archon quick enough.
Hey, the Greater Spire did not get killed. Tastes 3 Brood Lords are in the game.
There we go.
We have your confirmation.
Yeah. Now, you can see that this is beginning to kind of, the pressure's beginning to wilt here. It seemed like he had some pretty good moments there, but the interceptors, have been remade. This hatchery's down. Again, Zerg on 4 bases that are functional right now.
These Brood Lords actually pretty useful right here. Getting that Archon clogged up a little bit. Archons just hate playing against Brood Lords.
Yeah, they can't move very easily. And, you know, Solar survives. Not any new bases in this game either, by the way, for Creator here. So,
yeah,
you know,
he's not maxed anymore.
He's actually not in a great position anymore. He kind of had this pretty incredible opportunity and really threw
it felt like he was doing it all so well, too.
Yeah, but honestly, Solar really hung on incredibly well. And, I mean, that being said, they both have, you know, expansions with lots of resources here, but I do think we're in a little bit of a different game from the game we were talking about a few minutes ago, where Creator had basically played perfectly and now had everything and more.
Yeah,
he's going to have to expand again, like we see here. This is right by the base, just north of that. You know, a Zerg Expo is there.
Well, Solar's been 33% more efficient. We just saw that pop up in the bottom right there, and you know, that definitely accounts for something.
Right.
So we need to see slightly better moves here out of Creator. You know, maybe, like, I love the move into the main base where he's like sniping tech and stuff. Moves like that are great, but obviously when he's doing that, he doesn't have full supply in any one location. And I think that's where, you know, that's where Solar like kind of cleared the mothership core, got the chain fungals, things like that.
Okay, but we're going to go back into that same kind of comp from earlier.
Some fungals going off, catching the Void Rays. The Void Rays being slowed down quite a bit.
Some
Parasitic
of the
bombs hitting.
Drawn over here into the right. The parasitic bombs all connecting.
Yeah, with the fungals as well. Those carriers, got to be careful. They're going to start to wilt.
And now we're seeing enough transfuses. No, not enough transfuses at all. So it looks like with the, especially the Immortals on the low ground, they're going to start to clean that up. And you know, the Void Rays can fight the Corruptors. There's so much damage that's coming out of here, and I love the sniping of the Broodlords. He's going to go for this hatchery. Again, this base itself is not that valuable. It's almost mined out.
Yeah, and look at this. He's actually going to end up losing this base, it looks like, as more Stalkers come up. I think the Stalker switch is really, really smart right here.
Yeah, well, it's this beautiful balancing act of air and ground, and that's it. GG Creator 3-0 Solar. Turning a new leaf this year.
Look how happy he is as well.
It's crazy because, you know, not only did he win, he dominated.
Yeah.
He made Solar look obsolete. And this has been a big thing in the round of 16 for Super Tournament is like, we're getting a lot of players that we kind of, I don't know, you and I think are given an easy pass, and I don't think we were wrong to do so from the way that last year's games went. But man, some people are coming here with a clean slate. Creator's one of them, and you could see Solar not thrilled with that loss. A bit embarrassing to go 0-3 versus Creator.
I bet you he came in pretty confident today, but it doesn't work out for him, and Creator goes to that next round.
We're going to have an interview with Creator, and then we're going to go to our final best of 5 for the round of 16.
Wow, what a day. 3 consecutive 3-0s in a row. So now this is an interview with Creator, and he has not made it to round of 8 for 4 years. Okay, let's have an interview. Congratulations, Creator. Thank you. A sincere congratulations, Creator. 2022 looks different for you. So how do you feel advancing to the round of 8?
일단
Well, first of all,
이렇게 승자 인터뷰는 모르겠어요. 처음 하는 거
I think this is my first time doing a winner's interview.
진짜 저한테는 이제 시작인 것 같아요.
And for me, I think this is just the start.
기쁘면서도 좀 덤덤해지고
So I
싶어요.
am happy, but at the same time, I want to feel indifferent with this feeling. And Creator, when you won today, you like
그거는 근데
made a fist ceremony.
그
So what was that
대회
about?
혼자 딱 너무 흥분해가지고
So you know, when I win a tournament,
나오거든요.
I just do that ceremony subconsciously.
그래서 나온 것 같고,
It just comes to me.
사실 오늘 준비하면서
And today,
많은 분들이 도움을 줘서
while I was preparing, a lot of people gave me support and gave me help.
감사한 것 같아요.
So I'm really thankful to them.
그동안 참 오래 안 풀렸던 것과
So Creator, it's been a really hard road for you.
풀었던 것 같아요. 풀세트로 좀 잘 하고도 진 경우가 많았었거든요.
So there were times when it went to a full set match, but then you ended up losing the last one.
시즌 2 후안 로페즈에게 풀세트 패.
And last time, you lost a special in a full set. You lost to Dark in a full set. You know, there has been a series of unfortunate events in the past. So how did it feel when that happened?
계속 풀세트로 진 이유를
That's
좀
right.
곰곰이
You know, I
혼자서
try to
생각을
ponder
많이
about why I
해봤는데
always lose in full set matches.
팬분들께서도 아실지 모르겠지만 제가 멘탈이 그렇게 좋은
You know, my fans might know this, but my mentality is not good.
집중적으로 해서
So I try to provide as much feedback in terms of mentality.
작년부터 있었는데
But last year, I started gaining a lot of confidence in terms of my skills. But I was kind of sad because that didn't deliver onto my stage performance.
막세트까지 가면 원래 동점인데 저 혼자 좀
You know, when I go to the last game of the full set, I always get nervous when I shouldn't be. So I think that was the cause of my loss.
이건 사실인가요?
이사경 너무 고마운 것 같아요, 진짜로. 왜냐면
You know, Parting said you created a lot of concepts for Poros. Is that right? I'm grateful to Parting.
못하기도 하는데
I normally don't go cannon rush
집에까지
in my
와서
games.
이제 은퇴하시니까
But Parting, after retirement, he came to my house and he said he's gonna teach me everything I need to know about Protoss. And you know, I learned a lot from him. And I think today is the result of that teaching.
사실 이사경이 아니었으면 캐논 러시는 안 했을 것 같아요.
I mean, had it not been Parting who taught me the pan and rush, I probably wouldn't have pulled off that strategy today.
올라왔다 느낀 게 바로 큐리어스 마인즈 승리입니다.
Well, in Curious Minds,
심리전이
you showed a
결국
fierce battle
북한은
Lewis in the
석자
game.
러시가 막혔거든요. 이렇게 불리해졌던 경기를
And your rush was fended off
뒤집어서
by the
승리를
opponent,
했는데
but
좀
then you
뒤집을 수
managed to
있었던
turn back the game.
좀 뭐라고 생각하세요?
So what do you think was instrumental to the win? To the
이
win?
빌드로 안 진 마인, 그러니까 안 진다는 마인드인데.
No, my mindset
너무
was
처음에
to
잘
not lose
막혀서
no matter what with this
이럴 리가
build.
없는데.
But when my build, when my strategy was fended off so well,
어차피
no, I was kind of surprised.
힘만 좀 빼놓자 이렇게 하면서.
And then I reverted to another strategy, which was to exhaust him rather than trying to beat him. But then I ended up beating him though.
움직임이나 뭐 분열기 정확 폭발 심상치 않았거든요.
Your void ray
요즘 나의
maneuver
경기가
and
어느
then your
정도나
disruptor accuracy has been fantastic today, creator. So can you tell us about that?
개인적으로는 뭐 아직 시작도 안 했다고 생각하고.
Personally, I don't think this is.
채찍질을 좀 많이 하고 싶은데.
I think this is just the start for me, and I just want to kind of give myself some harsh feedbacks.
체력이 안 따라주는 부분이 있는 것 같아서.
I feel like I'm healthy, but I think I lack in stamina, so I'm gonna have to work on that.
더 노력해야 될 것 같아요.
And I think I have a lot to improve in the future. And creator, this is such a fun interview with you, and I missed this interview.
다음 8강 상대 이야기를 해보면
Alright, let's talk about your next opponent in the round of 8.
박한솔 선수거든요.
It will be the Cure or
선수는
Zoun.
뭐 작년 GSL 시즌 3 우승자고.
I mean, Cure is the winner of the last GSL.
박한솔 선수는
And as for
슈퍼토너먼트
Zoun, he is especially strong in Super Tournament, and he's a very fearsome player. So which one do you want to avoid?
선수 다 친한 선수여가지고요.
I mean, they are both very close to me. We're close friends.
누가 올라왔으면 좋겠는 건 사실 있는데 이게 둘 다 친하니까.
I mean, I do have a certain player who wants to advance to round of 8, but I'm kind of
저는 솔직히 말해서
a little careful about it.
다들 아시다시피 도욱이 형이
But honestly speaking, since Cure is the last champion of GSL, I think Zoun moving on to round of 8 will be an easier opponent for me. So I do want to play a PvP.
굉장히 좋아하실 것 같거든요.
I think the viewers will be rejoiced with you playing in the round of 8, creator. So anything you want to say to the viewers?
그동안 모르겠어요. 좀 경기력은 모르겠고 아무튼 결과가 맨날 안 좋아서.
Every time my results were not good. I think I let down my fans, my viewers many times.
아쉬웠을 것 같은데.
It's been disappointing for them, I know.
모르겠어요. 아직 시작도 안 했다고 생각하지만.
But as for me, I think this is just a start.
다음번에도 이길 수 있도록.
And next time,
뭐 최선을 다해.
I will try my hardest to win.
8강 진출 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations, creator. Thank you.
네, 나는
I really like that. I mean, what a great start for the year to him, and kind of a reminder that, people learn the game at different paces, It looks like he's really finding his way. Guys, quick break. We come back, the final best of 5, Cure vs. Zoun.
You're in over your head. Tears are falling on my cigarette, and no one can hear me. And you let me down, so I can call. Baby, you are a monster, Baby, you will leave me again. Baby, you are a monster, Baby, you will leave me again. I'm drowning in this crazy room. There's no one to save me.
been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
I made the devil run. I gave him poison.
Welcome back, everybody. Cure vs. Zoun will be our final match. I don't know why, by the way, everything has been so one-sided. I think anybody who would look at this lineup would expect more even games.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a fun one to cast here. Zoun, among the newest players here to GSL, going up against Cure, who's also been one of our Terrans that's had an amazing run in the last couple of years, has really improved, has put the time in, has put the work in.
Well, his TVP right now really looks second to none.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely going with Cure for this one, Tasteless. 3-0, obviously.
Obviously. We see patterns everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's see what Cure's got this time around. I think Zoun's always been a kind of fun, exciting player. Another Protoss that kind of comes in here with his own flair.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Zoun has had some ups and downs lately, I would say. Like, he was looking very good for a little bit, and then the last few tournaments, 2 to 3 tournaments, he hasn't felt as strong. I don't know if you would agree with that.
I think he had a really big splash when he first came, and it's unusual because a lot of players, when they're new, in any title or in any competitive environment, usually there's this whole learning process of adapting to the tournament stage, especially when your peers now have had so much more experience than you. But I think he actually came here with a lot of confidence. Ed, excellent play, of course, but it's an interesting thing when you come to the studio so many times over so many years. Who this benefits more. I think Kira's probably a little bit favored here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I mean, his TVP really looks fantastic. He beat so many Protosses on his way to his championship. So I'm siding with him. We'll see how he plays, though, tonight.
So we are just waiting to hop into this game. Again, it's been kind of a weirdly short Super Tournament day. Normally, these are the longest days that we have. But yeah, nothing but 3-0s. So fingers crossed this is going to be a back and forth. I'm fine with that. Whoever comes out on top here. We're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres for game number 1. Kira vs. Zoun, the final best of 5 before we move on to the next week where we go to the round of 8 and then, of course, the final 4 of the finals for the GSL Super Tournament.
Start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure. Alpha X. Zoun.
This is match number 4,380. My God.
What have we done?
The number continues to grow. It feels like it's growing slower, though, now.
I think what we need to have is the infinity symbol just show up.
Yeah. This is eternal. Played a lot online. First meeting IRL.
Here we are. He's parked the probe up here at the 3rd. This looks like preparation for some kind of pressure here. Unfortunately, it's not like Terran's taking a base right away.
Yeah, let's see what Kira's opener is. Hey, what do you think? Is this going to be like a second gateway?
That's what I was wondering. If you're going to put a Stargate there, you would have a core already finishing. So this is a cool little pressure build that can come out here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely something that can catch you off guard. Reaper on the way. And getting ready to throw down that command center, so Zoun is going to be happy about that, I think. This is certainly what he's looking to catch.
This is playing into the Protoss' hands for sure. I mean, you never know what the Terran's going to do, but when you scout this, you go, okay, then my build's going to work out very nicely.
Goes up the ramp, checks, sees that does have a unit in production.
No add-on coming here.
Yeah.
And there's a Nexus being made as well. So it's a bit of a middling pressure build. This is not one that's intended to snowball the game into a loss. Note he let the probe die, doesn't want to draw that probe back over to where the gateway is.
That is in and of itself suspicious because you know when the Reaper pops out, everyone knows when the Reaper is going to pop out.
Yeah.
So to leave that there and like not even really attempt at all to get it out, again, suspicious.
Yes. And this is one of the very subtle things. Like if you really play the game, you know the timings of everything. This is something you can identify. So importantly, he does kill the SCV, making the command center. A second one is coming down. He drives that away with ease. So the CC is not done. Oh, almost in range. Almost in range, dude.
That was tricky. A little bit of a misplay there, I think, from Zoun. I feel like he should have gotten that.
And, this slows down a lot of things over here on the Terran side. This CC is almost done, but if it's not completely finished, obviously he can't make SCVs. So, a lot of the production has been slowed down. It is a 3-racks developer behind this. So there is the opportunity for counter pressure here.
I like the concussive shells, by the way, as this upgrade. Concussive shells is going to really shut this down.
A bit of a mistiming there. I think he thought he could let the depot burn down, but it was actually saved. It might have been better to actually clean that out and then pull away.
And he might just want to pull back at this point anyways.
I think if he doesn't, this is going to be an overextension here. The Reaper pokes in, but then gets away again. Is he going to try to commit on top of this? No, fakes him out.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that would be something that he'd be able to get away with, but...
Yeah, so Kier saves it and everything.
Ooh.
That's nice.
Oh, this one Adept is gunned down. But, you know, over this entire period of time, only just now has the command center finished. So the build basically worked out. I think it could have been done a little bit more cleanly. I mean, this is not like a diving competition where everything has to be done at 100%. But, I mean, it was not the most perfect attack, but it served its purpose.
Yeah.
It did what it was set up to do. Now,
it's a good way to put it. You don't need the 10 out of 10.
Yeah, you don't have to get a 10 out of 10. But
your opponent's not getting a 10 out of 10. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Pro gamers, not pro divers.
But, you know, that did put Terran in a position where he went for 3 racks. So there's the possibility of counter pressure. Now, Stim's not done yet. It should be done when he's close to the guy's base, but you got to be careful if you actually commit to aggression here, because if they deal with it, you can't run away. The Protoss units are faster than yours. You'll be chased down. You'll have those units bled off, and you really be putting the Protoss in a pretty good spot here.
Well, the shield battery is up. Blink almost done. Just roaming around here for Kier. Kier does have a lot of units.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have a lot of pressure on here. And it's possible that Protoss is going to be in between teching and is actually just going to have a kind of flimsy army.
Yeah.
Where, like, you blink away with each of your Stalkers and then everything dies.
Oh, this third base can definitely be killed. I'm actually trying to figure it out in my head. If he gets into position without Zoun, like, catching him, like, if he got up that ramp all the way, can he kill him? Right? That's kind of what I'm thinking about here. Because this is not a very big Protoss army. He has 1 pylon powering this shield battery. So this is like, Kier has a lot of potential. This is huge damage output.
Here we go, man. And I love how he gets right on top, targeting down the individual Stalkers, wipes the battery out. Did that buy enough time, though, for these other Stalkers? Beautiful targeting here from Kier.
Well, these Stalkers are worth a lot more than this Bioforce, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So this is a huge move from Kier. Very few units left over. Ooh, oh, he gets it.
But here comes the next wave, and the problem is that, you know, honestly, the Stalker the Marine Marauder is a little bit better than the Stalkers overall and can reinforce a little bit more quickly if you can just keep a certain number of them alive to kind of meet up with the rest of the army. The Marauder stays in there. 2 more Marines meet up here. The Adept disappears in a second.
Yeah,
no
more
batteries
Marauders coming down. It looks like this might be it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a fight over the pylon, which has now been taken out, which means the Robo can't be powered and an Immortal can't be brought into the game, making the Marauders just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, the Probe's coming out to fight, and they definitely do help. He needs that Immortal so badly, but, you know, losing that 1 pylon, brutal. This one actually not in range of the Robo, so that's, well, that... The Immortal is really the one thing that might have been able to save him, you know?
Oh, was that pylon out of range? I didn't even notice. That's funny. It didn't even occur to me to look for that. Yeah, that's actually pretty bad. You know, when things are happening this fast, stuff like that can occur. The Marauder sniped off there. Again, these Marines kind of intercepting that. Does it? Oh, he does kill the Stalker. Beautifully done.
Nice micro here from Zoun, no doubt.
Surprisingly, the Stalkers managed on their own to basically hold off the pressure. You know, in that attack, it's pretty clear that Kier wanted to end the game right there.
Yeah.
He didn't try to go for the third base and kill the Nexus and then try to, you know, get more ahead, as we say. Instead, he tried to go for the jugular and basically take out the Robotech, everything that was there, and then ultimately the base that would be the final target. But Kier's not done yet, and now he's got Medivacs. And, you know, when Medivacs come into play against small numbers of Stalkers, the infantry are better, especially when there's Stim, combat shields, concussive shells.
For sure.
Because, you know, Stalkers don't attack that fast. Medivacs can certainly heal up in that amount of time, but the Immortal's here.
Yeah, the Immortal definitely going to help out. Actually, that force field doing a good job there as well, splitting the Marauders. Out comes a Colossi, which is not that good against Marauders, but there might be just enough here because that Immortal is doing some heavy lifting. I tell you, I thought Kier was going to be able to take this with the amount of damage he put out, but that was a clean cleanup of the army.
Not just that, I think it was a bad engagement. He seems to have shot the Immortal once and then just decided to try to dogpile onto the Colossus, which is like, it's
Maybe
not going to
proc
work.
the shields in to try to erase the really heavy unit there. But yeah, nothing worked. Nothing worked.
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, the final engagement became pretty bad, to be honest. And so, you know, despite, I think, Kier's really smart play and near flawless execution with the exception of that last fight, Zoun's back in this.
Yeah, and he's getting some nice harassment off right now. So loses 7 SCVs. Kier falls behind as far as workers go. A nice recall here from Zoun, not losing too much.
A scan into the main, along with a drop. Now the Colossi are coming up, and this Nexus offers some pretty good cover here, so he can continue to deal quite a bit of damage down here, and maybe even try to blink under these medevacs. And another attack over here.
Yeah, it seems like Kier still just has that big edge.
And, you know, Zoun doesn't have a recall available to try to bring the Colossi back over there, so this attack's going to be a pretty big deal.
This overcharge doing its job, though. My God. Saves the Nexus. Fights everything off. Barely loses anything there.
Yeah. It's been a pretty action-packed game so far. Only 10 minutes in here. We barely had any moment without fights going down.
Yeah, both players really showing a lot of skill here. This is probably the closest game of the night so far.
It might be the best game of the night, to be honest. It's been really exciting to see how well both sides are playing. Is he going to grab those 2 Widow Mines?
No.
No, I guess not. He might try to hide him somewhere else. He's basically trying to apply pressure on 2 different sides, and if whether it's the main or the third base isn't properly defended, one of those sides is going to break and allow Kier to propel himself into an extremely winnable position. But so far, Zoun has basically parried every attack, weathered every storm, and I don't know, man. I mean, let's see what happens next.
A big drop off into the main base. Some warpins are occurring. He has a Colossi up here. This is tough to clear, though. The Zot's not having a good time here going through. Does push it back. Kier about to hit the third base with another group, but it looks like there's enough units there to head him off at the pass as well. Now, Kier is actually teching up during all this, which is really nice, getting ghosts, getting enhanced shockwaves, but we have disruptors coming.
Right.
So that's a second form of splash here for Zoun. Not that he has like a lot of Colossi, but they're both making steps in the right direction.
Again, Zoun, just amazing ability to kind of absorb attacks and play with grace. He's not going to get a 4th base anytime soon. In fact, that may go to Kier anyways, just because of the way that Kier has such map presence.
Oh, that was a sick hit. Yeah, I like that. He's like, no way scans kills the observer.
Yeah.
That is what, come on.
So the 4th CC is almost done here. This will probably be landed where the gateway that started this game off is still sitting. So it looks like Protoss will unintentionally, from that gateway, end up getting vision to see exactly when the 4th is taken, which is a pretty good spot as well. And now we see Zoun moving out, which could make for an opening here for Kier. Kier could easily pick up and dive into the main.
Yeah, that's really scary.
Yeah, now there is a recall available, I think. I'm almost positive there should be. So, although they might not even need to use it. The gateways that are kind of acting as a buffer are taken out.
This army from Zoun right now is ridiculous. He's going to have like 7 or 8 disruptors. He's got like 3 Colossi.
Yeah.
This is going to be really hard to actually engage for Kier. He doesn't really have an army that beats that. Okay.
Oh my. Okay, never mind.
Well, I tell you what, that was pretty good by Kier.
Yeah, that was. The game was going to go one way or another way, but that was pretty crazy.
There was no third way after that, Tasteless.
There was the possibility that he literally lost every unit there, but really nicely done. But, you know, Zoun's going to keep pushing here. Now, Vikings entering the mix means he's going to have to be pretty careful with his Colossi.
His disruptor count's so much smaller now as well. Gets the edge of a bio group there. So picks off a few units, but definitely the power of his army has been reduced from that catching, you know, Kier catching his disruptors.
So I think patiently Zoun's actually going to pull back. By the way, that gateway up here at the top, it's finally going to be picked off. Meanwhile, Zoun growing into the bottom right. Planetary versus unpowered gateway. Let me
battle as old as
go back up there. I want to play-by-play that. Okay, another big pickup here. This time, probably eyeballing the main.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely wants to do it now.
And look at this, he's got these Vikings as well, so you have to be very careful bringing your Colossi up. Okay, Blinks ahead, pushing the Vikings back, Colossi coming up and following.
And I don't think that Terran actually quite has enough. It's kind of a big tell about who actually had the better army all along here, even when Terran had some decent cover. I mean, most of this infantry is wiped out.
That didn't feel particularly good for him.
No. I understand the impulse to try to dive into the main, but Stalker Colossus can run right back into the main, no problem. And so he kind of put his army in a spot that had no real value, like as far as targets he can take out.
Yeah, like what are you actually trying to kill there?
Yeah. It might have been better to try to
I mean, if you get the Robos or something, but the Robos, I believe, are both at the natural, so it's like you're not actually, you're right, there's not even economy really going on up there, so definitely not the most useful move.
Good zoning with those disruptor shots.
Yeah, Kier's still with a very mobile army, but again, an army that can't engage what we're looking at here. These two different sources of splash damage together, like, your Bioforce can't really do that. See?
Oh, man, now this is just going to get sandwiched. No way about it. This is an extremely good fight for the Protoss. And I think we're starting to see diminishing returns here from these pushes from Terran. Even though, you know, there's a little bit more at stake for the Protoss. Like, you don't want to lose the Colossus, you know. You have to, you know, try to micro the disruptors pretty well. I feel like, you know, basically, he's weathered the storm here. Zoun has done a really good job of hanging on. I mean, 15 minutes straight of nonstop fighting.
Yeah, and he's built the value of his army consistently by adding the additional splash damage. And the thing is, the army has gotten a bit better for Kier here as well, but this is something we see a lot from top Terrans where they look really good all game, and then eventually you're going to have to fight the army of Protoss.
Yeah.
And if you're not adding in higher tech units than Ghosts, that's going to be a real big problem. And the thing is, like, what are you supposed to add in? Well, we see some players that want to play in this part of the game. It's like they'll add in a bunch of Liberators or something. But yeah, you can see the bio just doesn't have much of a shot. Even if you have the Vikings, like, the Disruptors are going to get big hits.
Yeah, and then you land them, and Vikings literally can't outrun the Disruptor shot. I mean, you know, it's almost like you see the Terrans behave a little bit like they're a Zerg, right? They're trying to counterattack, they're trying to run into places that you're not. But yeah, eventually, Protoss has finished the, you know, put all the pieces of the puzzle down, and to the point where now they have, you know, something that now the Terran has to actually fight head on or give up bases.
Yeah.
You know, and here we see that moment where Terran either has to win this fight now, or give up a base. And frankly, with Protoss taking the final bottom base in the lower right corner, I think we are seeing the beginning of the end here. I don't know that there's any way for Kier to recover.
Yeah, it looks pretty much over at this point. More Marauders and Marines are not going to fix the problems he's having right now.
And I got to say, a really impressive game here from Zoun.
Yeah, from Kier as well. I think Kier played a really good game, and he almost had him at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you know, Kier played a great game. I think the you know, the issue now that you see, you know, that with enough disruptors is that they can basically keep shooting disruptor shots, and it's like, who's winning this trade? And beautifully done. The blink in, you know, you kind of bait the pickup, come in there with that execution, and you know, it just gets worse. You can keep warping units in. I think we should see Kier GG here. I mean, 60 supply isn't going to cut it. GG, there it is. Zoun takes game one, and probably the most action-packed, you know, non-stop craziness.
Yeah,
game we've had all night tonight.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. And I mean, the way that Kira decided to play it, he was super aggro, he was all over the place all game long, and it almost netted him a victory early. But the longer that Protoss holds on, if they're building a core army of robo units, you can't really fight that with your bio. You need more. So is Kira going to stay on that style where you're kind of looking for that more tempo-based victory? Or is he going to allow himself to get into other tech? Add those liberators or something like that to zone things out and actually kill bases?
Curious minds here for game 2. Kira looked really good in that last game. I think he needs to make a few adjustments. Oh man, we're already starting this. All right, guys. Game 2. Go.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure. Alpha X. Zoun.
So the probe immediately comes into the main and appears to want to set up a block here on where the barracks is supposed to be.
Being as annoying as he really can there, only for a moment. I feel like this is not going to be a 3-0. Kira played that too well.
Kira looked really good. I think the issue with what he was doing, and it's not like he doesn't know this, but it doesn't last if you don't pull it off. You know, trying to hit from all these different sides with the Marine Marauder. I mean, he basically starts out with 3 barracks pressure into the medevacs and hitting all these areas until eventually Vikings are there. And the idea is that the Protoss is going to, you know, mess up somewhere and either lose too many structures in the main. We almost saw it happen at the natural. The 3rd is a great target because that's the, you know, resource-rich location. But honestly, Zoun just, oh, it's the golden ratio. Look at that. Now it's Big Dipper. The issue is that, like, Zoun defended perfectly. What do you see, Artosis?
No, it's tough to play that style, I think, and it's really impressive to see a Terran kind of pull that off, but it does rely a little bit on some mistakes from Protoss, right? Like, they have to be out of position a little bit, but Kira also definitely made, I think that drop with the Vikings in the main was an error. I think he was trying too hard to make something happen where there was, the main actually became kind of low value as a target.
Yeah, well, it also, you know, when you have Colossi with Thermal Lance and they can just walk in the main, you have, like, cover from almost 2 buildings.
Yeah.
You know, where the infantry, they can't even fight that. You know, they stay back. And I think really the impulse to go into the main.
If it was a more Zealot-based army, that would have been a very good move because the Vikings could have zoned out the Colossi. They would have had to, like, walk a different direction. You know, the Zealots get stuck in between buildings. But, yeah, since it was Stalkers blinking up and Colossi just walking up, it was too quick of a response and stuff, and he kind of didn't get much done after that.
You know, all these StarCraft games end up with very different pacings to them, and it does seem like that last one was almost like a really drawn-out fighting game match. Like, they were literally microed against each other the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, it just did not stop. And occasionally, you know, it looks like it's a back and forth, and it could go either way, and then suddenly a major decision is made on one side where it's like, oh, that was the one that, you know, you can't pull off.
Yeah.
And it was, I think you're right, he went into the main, and that spelled death.
Well, you know, one thing Kira really showed us in that season of GSL CodeS last year is that he has a ridiculous range in this matchup. He's not just the guy that we just saw there. He has supreme late game as well. He has cheeses. He has everything to mix in. So, not too worried. I think this is actually going to be a really nice, close series after a bunch of 3-0s tonight.
Well, let's see if it goes 2-0, man. There's a chance that Zoun just takes it and we're like, huh, all right.
Yeah, if Zoun 3-0s, man, power to him.
Today's games are hexed. I don't get it. Literally no way that Hellion is getting in there, no matter how you do it.
No. Well, he sees the Phoenixes, so the Hellion definitely did its job.
Yeah, Forge coming down.
Huh.
That's it feels
You
a
think
little
he's
bit
going to
early.
go charge Phoenix?
I think probably.
Yeah, let's see.
It's certainly not what I was imagining we'd have at the start of the game, but yeah, let's see. It looks like it.
I mean, it's Zoun, so it could be Adept Phoenix.
Oh! You're too good, man.
Dude, well,
you're too good, Artie.
He can't help himself, honestly. He likes Adepts in all the matchups. But Adept Phoenix, guys, this was a very strong unit composition like 4 years ago? 5 years ago, something like that. There was like a period of a few months where this was the dominating build in the matchup. And look, he's making a lot of gates. The thing is, like, Kira was around there. Is he going to remember how to play against this?
Yeah, he's bringing a kind of an old build in a modern era.
Yeah, yeah. The problem with Adept Phoenix is it doesn't scale well.
Yeah, this has to work. It's kind of the Roach Ravager of the Protoss army in a lot of ways.
Yeah, where Adepts are roaches, basically.
Yeah, where you need to do, like, a lot of damage, and it can be a little bit of a play to clobber them.
Yeah, well, he's doing the clobber play here, right? Like, he has a proxy gate, he has a ton of gateways. This is basically just, you know, a very powerful two-base, like, all-in move. But if Cure comes out in the map, he'll lose. If Cure turtles hard, he'll win. And something in the middle, who knows? But yeah, if he comes out and, like, goes around on the map, the Phoenix Adept punishes really hard at small supply numbers.
I do wonder if he's doing this build because of what happened in the last game, where Terran was just too active, where he's like, oh, I can actually just, like, gut punch you if you come out with this.
Well, that's exactly what's about to happen. Look, he sees it coming.
Oh, the shade is sick. Oh, my God, and perfect pickups on the mines.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so sick. And now it's just, you know, Glaive Adepts here, just dominating.
A lot of SCVs going down.
Yeah, and he comes into the main now. He took out the medevacs. The Phoenixes are continuing to scoop the mines.
Yeah, the mines are just so important to pick up.
Oh, he's going to try to draw the shot over the SCVs. That was so good.
So good. More Adepts trying to come up, but there's actually a full wall there, so Cure might end up cleaning this up.
I don't think so. I think he might end up... Well, let's see if the SCVs can save the barracks in time. Or bunker, excuse me.
Ooh, he does save it. Oh my God, he's going to lose more SCVs for that. But don't forget, there's nothing going on behind this. This is pure Adepts. That's it. We just have Blade +1 Adepts.
And the Phoenixes, I think, are all gone.
Yep.
And I don't see any more being made. So he's down to 12 workers.
He is down to 12 workers.
So, oh, and look at the blink. That's smart.
It's like, all right, that didn't work. Blink in, well, it did work. It did work.
Yeah, no, that worked.
But blink in a third as the follow-up, because if you just make Adepts from here, you actually can end up losing.
Yeah. Well, that's when you're like...
oh, he cancels and goes charge? That's interesting.
I wonder what caused the cancel.
Huh.
That's strange. And see, I wish we could actually just go and ask him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because...
maybe if you win, Scary will ask.
I mean...
we can ask Andy to make something up for the translation.
Yeah. Because I thought Blink actually made a lot of sense. I mean, Charge is fine. You can get a Warp Prism and just try to do that.
Well, I think Charge has more muscle to it. Might be why.
Charge might be a better just finisher. Because if you get enough Zealots with Charge, it's like you just wipe them. Or sometimes, you know, you can control perfectly with Stalkers and maybe get an edge. Oh.
Yeah. But with the Stalkers, like, if he's going Marauder heavy and stuff, it can get a little bit dicey. All right, here comes this Marauder-based army, which the Adepts won't have a great time against.
Still doing a good job generating this Adept threat. Comes in here. You know, he was at 12 workers now. If he can get 1 or 2 more, that's great. The workers become even more important when you have less and less, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The difference between, you know, 55 and 50 is one thing, but when you get from like 15 to 10,
oh yeah,
you know, that's a huge percentage difference in what you have or what you've lost.
Yeah. Some more Phoenixes are being made.
Okay,
the medevac's flying way around. Everything's super out of position. He's going to have to insta-recall here. And even with that, like, these are going to be in a great position. Oh, he actually has a lot of units at home, so that's nice. But Zealots have a hard time around those buildings as well. They fight really poorly around the mineral patches.
Does he go for the recall here? Or does he try to, you know, economize that? Some charge is used just on those Widow mines.
And I think Kier's just going to pick up.
Yeah, he's got pretty good angling
Phoenixes are
over
coming,
here.
though. Phoenixes are coming.
The Phoenicians. And actually taking out one full medevac.
And there's not enough Marines here actually to fight.
So this actually could be the end of Kier here, because like it seemed like he had an opportunity, but as that fight ended, there actually aren't Marines, so these Phoenixes can basically pick everything off, and these are free kills right now. You're not even trading. So reinforcements come down here to save the day, but I think at this point in time, Zoun is hungry for a fight.
Oh, yes.
And so, you know, this is just getting worse for Kier.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to do so.
Yeah, and that's it. GG, 2-0.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Is it going to happen?
3-0 inbound. Get ready.
All right. Zoun right now having a sip of what I can only assume is hot chocolate.
Looks like hot chocolate. That looked like a hot chocolate cup.
It did. In
one of those tiny straws.
Straws, yeah.
I don't even think Kier's playing badly, but it seems like everything is working out for Zoun here.
Yeah,
he's really doing a good job.
He's not playing badly, and he didn't know the composition. Like, you see Phoenixes, and you're like, okay, but Phoenix Adept itself, you actually want to attack a little bit earlier against Phoenix Charge, where Phoenix Adept, you actually want to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, he wasn't aware that that's what it was, and he retreated, he did his best, but Zoun caught him. If you come out against that, you're in trouble.
Time for the lava map.
All right,
we're going to go to Bowser's Castle. Get ready. Glitter and Ashes is map number 3.
Game start.
Magma.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure.
Bowser's here, Artosis. We got to save Peach.
Gotta. Oh, Jesus.
Alpha X. Zoun.
What are we but those turtle skeletons that don't die? Another GSL comes up and we...
But when there's 8 of us, you can jump on our heads and get one-ups. So.
That's true. So an immediate proxy pylon here. As each game passes, it's like Zoun dials it up a little bit more. Double gate. Hello, 1998. What is going on here?
Double proxy gate.
Proxy
This
gate?
is sick.
Yeah, does he think he's against a Zerg player in Brood War? What is this?
This is amazing. All right. Well, full wall. He sees double gas.
This is where he leaves the game. He's like, you walled in. That was my strat, was to hope they don't wall in.
Dude, I mean, he's going to be putting out a lot of damage with 2 Zealots.
Another probe's coming across the map. You know, I guess we could have a core thrown down.
Yeah, he definitely will go core, because he's going to have to go Stalkers to win.
Or he could just keep making Zealots and see if he doesn't know that SCVs can repair. That's another way to do it.
That would get him a win, probably.
Yeah.
Cyber X core on the way. Zealots coming. Okay. Using his probe to put some damage on that SCV.
So it's
maybe
important.
that's the plan. Oh, shield batteries, I guess, too.
And
yeah, that makes sense.
Keep in mind the Reaper, you know, it's a funny unit. It actually has almost no functionality past a scout or trying to do something very, very early on. And so already this rush is activating. Now the batteries come down here. Now, as you can see, the Reaper doesn't do that much damage at all. I'm sorry, where's the... Oh, there it is. It's running around.
Oh, he's going for the probe. That's a big brain move right there.
That's a big 5-head play right there.
Yeah, so, all right. This is... And he's trying to actually get rid of the battery. That's never going to happen with a Reaper. But, yeah, this is like, very, very smart to get rid of that probe, because now it's just 2 shield batteries. It could have been many more.
Is there no other probe on the map?
I don't see one, and if there is, like, he's patrolling the center. Like, he's kind of trying to make sure that that's not going to be the case.
So I don't think there's any way to keep the bottom depot alive with the SCVs here.
He's repairing SCVs and depots. He's going to have a siege tank out, Tasos. I think he's going to end up holding. And look at that, the Reaper killing it.
Oh my God.
Oh, when the Reaper micro happened, he switched depots.
Oh, that's smart.
The Reaper was microing, and so he just
funny.
switches depots and gets in.
Yeah,
oh my God.
That works, man. You can only have your screen at one spot in the game.
Yeah, it's a perfect lesson for the multitasking stuff we were talking about.
And then he comes in again, and SCVs are just, they're so brittle right now. Now the batteries are depleted, so he can't actually get more heals, but the problem is that the SCV count's also so low. Oh my God, he gets in the front. Oh,
he's not going to get the tank.
No, but I mean, he can go ahead and take out these SCVs.
Yeah, I think Cure's good. Like, he's got so much more tech. He's got a tank. Yeah, you're not breaking in there again.
Ow, my head.
Okay, where do you go from here?
You know, it's a funny game because both players are sort of in shambles after it.
Yeah,
I mean,
11 SCVs go to 21 pros.
You know, there are mules here, so, you know, he has that, but I would almost feel like maybe you want to go into Blink Tech after this or something. You know, you're fighting on a very low amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to try to, you know,
You could be really cheeky and go DT because your opponent is so low on SCVs.
Okay.
They're going to be dropping mules
That's
like
a
it's
good
gone out
point.
of style.
That's actually a really good point. Well, he's going to be doing something up here at the top left.
That's for the Dark Shrine. 100%.
Yeah. I think he could even go with Blink and Dark Shrine. Maybe he doesn't have enough resources, but...
Blink and Dark Shrine.
Yeah.
The only Blink I want to see is for Dark Templars, Tasteless.
Terran is slowly getting back up to 20 workers. I mean, they were at 11 earlier. So, I mean, you know, you're in pretty rough shape when you get down to these dangerously low number of workers because you're not able to kind of fan out economically as you are if you get a second base up right away and you're producing workers and landing mules very quickly. You kind of get into this moment where, you know, development gets very slow, and so every unit becomes extremely important, extremely pivotal in how the whole game will pan out. And that's the position Cure's in. Is a long, hard crawl out of this. Now, I think he saw that there was no upgrade here.
Okay, so he didn't see the Twilight, but a probe just came from top left.
I thought he did see the Twilight.
No, he missed. He missed seeing it. The Reaper was very close, but did not see it. Okay, he catches it, but why would a probe be walking from the top of the map down? That was a mistake from Zoun for sure.
There's a medevac coming across the map. And frankly, I don't think there's almost anything at the natural or the main.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 8 Marines, I think, can actually...
Everything is scattered.
Do a lot of damage. I'm sorry, did you see the energy on the CC? I did not.
He has enough for one scan or mule right now.
Okay.
And I don't know if he's used it at this point, but he does have it.
Okay, so he baits out the recall. Again, this may make him like land a mule. You know what I mean? He may be feeling safe.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird things.
I mean, he's seeing a lot of stalkers, so you're probably thinking Blink.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Oh,
now,
dude, my heart is beating fast.
Oh.
Okay, slips 1 DT by. Oh my God.
2 DTs are by.
2 DTs by.
And there's another gateway up here. I don't think the Cure actually knows. I think he
no.
Yeah.
He does not know yet.
GG.
Oh my God. Another 3-0?
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Zoun playing out of his mind here tonight. I think that Cure could have won 2 of those games.
I know. Well, it's funny because it was a very close 3-0, if that makes any sense at all.
It was a very close 3-0.
It was like...
This could have gone to game 5, this 3-0.
It was actually a really
There's not a lot of 3-0s that could have gone to 5.
3-0 series, to be honest, on both sides.
Yeah.
But Zoun, I mean, definitely playing a best of 3 in a masterful sense. I mean, he came out on top and with just S-class execution. And again, I think another surprise here, another plot twist, in the Super Tournament.
Yeah, it is. You know, it is. I mean, that's a CEST champion right there. So for him to go out in this matchup, which is probably his best right now, it's surprising.
We're going to go to an interview. Let's see how Zoun is feeling. He's the final player to get to the round of 8.
Today's matches are decorated with 3-0s as Zoun takes down Cure in a 3-0 fashion. Congratulations, Zoun. Thank you. Wow. Fourth consecutive round of 8 advancement, Zoun. How do you feel? Well, first of all, I mean, my opponent is a fearsome one, so I did not go standard. I went for a different play style, and I think that worked out well today.
1세트부터 나온 분열기
The
장인
first
나온
game,
모습.
the disruptor.
시즌3
You're definitely the master of
우승자인데
using that.
상대가 김도욱인데 그 상대를 무력하게
Despite your
했습니다.
opponent being
이
cured,
분열기만
you use the
따로
disruptor so
연습하시나요?
confidently
어떻게 그렇게
to
잘
take the
쓰는
win.
거예요?
So how do you use it so well?
누누이 개인 방송에서도 말하지만
As I say it over and over again,
챔피언을 하면은 잘
you know,
됩니다.
if you play a champion from a different game, you get to use the disrupt as well. I think he's referring to LoL.
물론 연습도 많이 해야 돼요.
Of course, you have to
그렇군요.
practice using
연습을
disruptors a
많이
lot.
해야 된다. 사실 큐리어스 마인즈,
In Curious Minds,
참 짜릿한
The Phoenix
빌드였거든요.
were
오랜만에 나온
doing
빌드인데
so much
어떻게
damage.
보게 되셨어요?
So why did you use the Phoenix to end the game?
리플레이를 보다 보니까
You know, I looked at my replays,
잘안 막으시는 것 같아서
and I feel like Cure is not blocking his ramp well. But today he was blocking his ramp well. And he came out. When he came out, I struck him at the right timing with the Phoenix.
2세트 올인 이후 3세트까지 전진 관문을 할 줄은 사실 몰랐어요.
We did not
그
anticipate
판단의
that you would
배경도
go for the proxy gateway in the third game. So what was that about?
전에서 레드에서 많이 당해가지고.
I mean, you know, I was defeated by that strategy many times in PvP.
처음에는 재련소까지 지어서 하려고 했는데 안 좋은 거예요.
You know, at first I was going to go for the forge, but then I didn't build it, and then I opted for a different strategy, and it worked out well.
암흑기사까지 정말
And
플레이에
then
오를
in the last
없었습니다.
second, you use the DTs to secure the victory. Alright, let's talk about your last year, Zoun.
박한솔 선수.
Zoun, you were amazing in Super Tournaments in the last year.
같은 선수에게 같은 스코어로 두 번
But in the finals of 2 Super Tournaments, you were defeated by the same opponent, which is Trap.
정말 아쉽게 8강에서 미끄러지는
But in Season 3, you slipped in the round of 8.
3연속 결승 진출 못했잖아요.
So your third consecutive Super Tournament finals advancement was not achieved.
폼이 좀 안 좋아가지고.
At the time, my form was not good.
자신감도 없는 상태여서.
So my confidence was kind of deprived. And I think I didn't perform well at my expected level. But now it's a new year, 1 year has passed. And there's a big tournament coming up. So you know, I'm like focusing, and then I'm doing good results. I'm getting good results right now.
조금 전 경기에서 강민수 선수가 떨어지고 장현우 선수가
Well,
올라왔거든요.
previously Solar was defeated today. So are you kind of disappointed about the brackets? I mean, a little bit because I wanted to take revenge on Solar. But today I noticed that ByuN was playing really good. So in the round of 8, I think I'm going to have to perform at a better level. You know, rather than thinking about, rather than considering, I mean, creator, not ByuN. So, you know, I mean, I originally thought PvP would be hard, and I think creator is going to be a hard opponent for me. So we will look forward to Zoun's future performance. So anything you want to say before you go? I'm very grateful to Alpha X and the Titan, my sponsor. And also Prince has helped me so much in practice, and I'm really thankful to him. And thankful to all the players who helped me in my scrims. And also thank you to the viewers for cheering for me. Zoun, once again, congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, props to Zoun. I mean, I gotta say, like, this entire round of 16 has been completely insane and full of upsets, and really dominant upsets. We've had, what, 6 of the 8 best of 5s be as one-sided as you can possibly have it.
Yeah. And, I mean, CEST Classic, Rogue Bunny, and then Cure Zoun were all very close matches.
Yeah. I mean, to see Cure go down like that, to see Creator beat Solar, I mean, Dark vs. GuMiho, that's not crazy to me. I think GuMiho is going to have a stronger showing later on this year, but even Beyond Dream, it's like, oh, all right. Well, I guess now we know where everybody's at.
I guess so. Well, we're going to continue to figure that out. CEST versus Bunny, Maru versus Hero, ByuN versus Dark, and Creator versus Zoun. Which one are you most excited about?
Let's see here. I would say Maru vs. Hero probably excites me the most.
That's
because
exciting.
Hero played really well. He's super cheesy. He's super good at rushing. He definitely has like a style that really isn't that comparable to anybody else's, and I want to see how Maru plays against him. I think Zest Bunny will be cool as well.
Yeah, that's exactly my opinion. Those two matches I'm really, really, really looking forward to. I can't wait to see where Hero's going to hide the stuff he's going to try to kill Maru with. That's the most exciting part.
Right.
He's going to find pixels on that map that no one knew existed to hide his abilities.
And then Creator Zoun. I mean, that's an interesting one. I mean, if Creator can keep this momentum coming,
a round of 4 would be huge for him right now. It would be absolutely huge for Creator.
I do think when you look at Zoun's play, he does seem to be a lot scarier, to be honest, than Creator. But let's see. Who knows?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that statement. But yeah, it was, I mean, a very fast day. I did not expect for today to be 4 3-0s. I thought it was going to be actually a very close day overall. But here we are. And I guess we just wait for Monday now.
Yeah, we just wait for Monday. We're going to be on, if there is any StarCraft 2 on, always Mondays and Thursdays. So if you're watching this live, this is the time to catch us. And we'll be back finishing up this tournament as we get to next week.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, we are going to have a live finals for the Super Tournament.
That's
so
right.
1 week from today, you can buy some tickets if you're in South Korea, and you can check out all those links and stuff below.
You can only buy 2 per person who's purchasing. And if you're going to buy them, you need to buy them up immediately because I guarantee you, especially with pretty much everything else in the city being shut down, this is the only time well, there's going to be a lot of people trying to get in on this is what I'm trying to say.
We sell out each time that we've done this so far. So
even when there's not a pandemic. So definitely get those quickly if you are going to get them. And we'll see you down in the studio. That'll be exciting for us. We have not had almost any live audiences for
a while now.
2 years. So, yeah, come down and check it out.
Yeah. All right, fun night. Anything else, Tasteless?
Are we really, really, really white with this makeup on right now? I got this divider thing in here, but we look super white through the divider.
This is the only thing that keeps me safe.
This is what's keeping you safe from getting COVID from me.
Oh, it's not the COVID, I'm afraid of, Tasteless.
Yeah, guys, thank you for joining us here. I don't know. I think this might be one of those days where the Korean commentators have more to say
than
than
us.
us.
It was all 3-0s. We got to talk
We better
longer.
fill time.
I'm
because
like, talk longer? I've talked the entire time.
Yes. All right, we can close out the show. Guys, we love you. We'll see you on Monday. Take care. Bye-bye.